This conference will now be recorded.
Right on time.
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, Julian, you can start.
I have a few people that saying they're having trouble with the telephone number to register to get on.
They calling me now. They calling everybody now.
Okay, they can use any of the phones that we have on the line. Let me.
I got 3 people trying to get on and they having difficulties trying to get on from the phone.
They calling Tony now. They tell him press 1. They telling you just press 1. They calling you.
Okay, well they calling out to say. Colin is on right there. So you're gonna have to take that off for us when I turn on and we get back feed.
They can also use the other phone that we have for the simultaneous interpretation if they need to.
Okay, well let's get started and hopefully the rest of the people will get on. Send Tony the number you just sent me.
But they should have called Tony too.
No, because he's not registered. Good morning, everyone. It's 9:01. Today's meeting is the DAP, the District Advisory Panel meeting for St. Thomas, St. John. Welcome to everyone. Glad you can join us. We're getting through some technical difficulties with some more members trying to sign on, but I see them coming on one by one. So at this time, Miguel, what we're gonna do? We're gonna do the roll call.
Yeah, I'll do the roll call, and whenever I have somebody else coming in, I will announce it for the audio record.
Okay.
So I will start with just say present. Lehigh Rivera.
Present.
Graciela Garcia Moliner.
Present.
Of course, Julian McGrath.
Present.
Raquel Holtman. Raquel Holtman.
Present.
Nelson Crespo. Nelson Crespo.
Hello, yes, this is Lance.
Iris Oliveras.
Hola,
Sara
is
Stevenson.
todo en dentro español o inglés?
Sarah Stevenson, present.
David Ortiz. David Ortiz. Cristina Olan.
Present.
Nicole Angeli.
Present.
Maria Lopez.
Present.
Natalia Perdomo.
Present.
Ruth Gomez.
Present.
Oriane Sadiq.
Present.
Leslie Henderson. Leslie Henderson.
Yes, good morning.
And then I have 2 callers on the phone. Can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Lance Monum.
Good morning. Caller number 2.
Morning. Buenos dias.
Buenos días. Hello, caller.
Yes,
Elizabeth
hello.
Gaddison.
Thank you. That's all I have for the time, Mr. Chairman. You can
All
go
right.
ahead.
And we have a couple other members here. Let them identify themselves.
Darrell Bryan.
Morning, Darrell.
Gregory Lede.
Colin Butler.
Winston Lede.
Thank you.
So we got Darrell Bryan, Winston Lede, Gregory Lede, Colin Butler.
Okay. The next thing in the agenda, Julian, is the adoption of the agenda. I will read it for the record. We have ecosystem elements discussion, Graciela Garcia Moliner. That will be from 9 o'clock to 12 p.m. Then lunch break from 12 to 1. Then we will have a session from 1 to 3 p.m. Executive order on promoting American seafood competitive economic growth. And then tomorrow from 9 to 12:30, we will have the 5-year strategic plan. This afternoon, I will have on the screen the summary of comments received so far, and then we will discuss it with you. We'll read it for the record, especially for those on the phone, just to make sure that everybody will follow the discussion this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I
Mr.
just want to verify, Julian, that I was recognized. I'm not sure if anybody acknowledged my name.
Yes, Lance, you were recognized.
Okay, thank you.
So,
And
Mr.
and
Chair,
also, excuse me, and also Elizabeth Caddison. Did you get that?
Already, Elizabeth, welcome.
Okay, great, thank you.
so Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Graciela. Can I confirm that everyone is seeing the agenda on the screen?
I can see it.
Yes, I can see it.
I can see it.
Okay, thank you.
This is Winston Ledare. I make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second it.
Anybody have anything they would like to add to the agenda, or we move forward? We have a motion by Winston Leday and a second by Darrell Bryan. Anyone have any issues? If not, does anybody abstain or everybody's in favor? All
I'm
right.
in
I'd like to
favor.
It's
Favor.
easier to say if nobody object, the motion carries. And
All right. Motion carries. No objections.
okay.
So at this time, we will move forward with Graciela's presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you have it on the screen, correct?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so the purpose of this presentation is to bring you up to date in what the St. Thomas, St. John DAP has done to date, and to move forward with the development of the conceptual model for the St. Thomas, St. John area. So good morning, everyone. Please let me know if you have any questions as we move through the presentation. I will give you a brief summary of what we've done to date, and then we'll move right into the fine-tuning of your conceptual model. Okay. So let me just begin with a quick overview of what is an ecosystem, what are the local ecosystem components, and what is the fishery ecosystem plan. So basically, you've all been working on this ecosystem conceptual model since 2019, and it consists of two components: the biotic factors, which includes all living organisms, and the abiotic factors that include the physical and the chemical factors of the specific geographical area that we are discussing. So in this case, things like water temperature, light, water chemistry, marine currents, etc. So it's basically the processes that connect both the biotic and the abiotic components. And in most cases, the one thing that really connects these two is the food chain. So that's one of the principal aspects that we're looking at. The council is developing conceptual models from a number of different stakeholders. So the DAPs is one component, the SSC is another component, the TAP, and gathering information from all the experts in the fields that we are trying to discuss. In this case, the industry of the St. Thomas St. John area are the experts in developing the conceptual model for the St. Thomas St. John area. So this is a depiction that comes, I believe that everyone has received a copy of the ecosystem booklet that has been put together by Dr. Alida Ortiz Sotomayor, the chair of the Outreach and Education panel of the CFMC. And it includes, as you can see, most everything. What I was just noticing was that I didn't see a diver, I didn't see a fisher. So in the case of the ecosystem components, humans are also included in the food chain, not only in the food chain, but also in all the aspects of the socioeconomics of the ecosystems. So the strategy that it's being followed is that the district advisory panels were the first one to begin working on the conceptual models. So you have the DAP for Puerto Rico, the DAP from St. Croix, and the DAP St. Thomas St. John, that it's you guys. But there are also strategies being developed to have other stakeholders develop their own socioeconomic their conceptual models of the ecosystem. So for example, one other group would be other commercial fishers and recreational fishers that are not part of the DAPs, that are not part of the CFMC group directly. Other stakeholders could be the NGOs and other stakeholders, the ones that you have invited, for example, the regulatory agencies of the region. So that was the most important aspect of the DAP St. Thomas St. John that were brought to the council last year. Oops, sorry about that. So that I don't think we have representative from the local regulatory agencies at this meeting today, but it's something that that the DAP St. Thomas St. John had requested, and we've attempted to host meetings with them. That doesn't mean that this is going to be the last time that we talk about that. We are already developing another strategy to see if we can sit down with the regulatory agencies. So what I'm going to show you now is a very quick timeline of what has been developed to date. So in March 2019, that was the first meeting of the joint DAP and SSC, but the DAPs were a little bit ahead in developing the conceptual models. So we've been working based on the minutes that you've produced from every meeting since then. So those results were presented at the 165th CFMC meeting. Then you met again in July 30th, 2019, and selected top priorities. Those changed a little bit from the 10 priorities to 11 specific components that you wanted us to look at. And so that was presented at the 166 meeting. Of course, you know everything that has happened since then and the postponement of other meetings that we had planned. So, you know, we are in 2020 with these virtual meetings. I'm hoping that we can accomplish what we're going to set out to do today. So the information that you have produced to date has already been passed on to the SSC and to the technical advisory panel. That's a new group that has been established by the council. And so we are going to try and finish the conceptual models that you have up to date during this week so that we can present those to the technical advisory panel. And also the SSC, the Scientific and Statistical Committee, will be finishing up their conceptual models at the end of, sometime 16th and 17th of September. So this is where you left off the last time. I mean, I know that it looks quite complex, but as you notice, you have things like and we'll go through all the, well, we won't go through all of them, but we'll go through the main components that you have selected. But you can see that there is blue lines that have a positive sign. So you had already been working on assigning a direction and magnitude to the impacts that one of the components will have on another one. So in this case, for example, if you look at the live aboard houses and boat private vessels, that feeds directly or directly impacts mangroves. Okay, that's what you had done earlier on, and it has a positive sign, and it's a fairly thick line. So most likely you had given it a very high value in terms of the impact that it will have. When we say positive and high impacts, it doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily increase the mangrove, but it's going to have a very de detectable effect. It's going to significantly alter in one way or another what this habitat is. So, you know, let me take you through this in an example. So these boats that are, you know, propped up against the mangroves, etc., and don't have systems that deal with the garbage and the sewage that comes in, will put nutrients in the water. When they put nutrients in the water, that can be good or bad depending on the nutrients, and you will have an increase of mangroves in the area, or you might have a decrease of mangroves in the area. So in this case, it goes both ways. So you had gone through most of everything that you have here. You can see that you have many signs, but you also have these question marks that you had left unattended. So of course things change from, you know, the first meetings that you had to the most recent ones. And so one of the things that we've done is that we've tried to organize the conceptual models and pull them out so that we can actually, in fact, go through these today. So that would be one approach that we can take and fill in the blanks, okay, for everything that you have in here. But we also know that you have done a fisheries specific conceptual model where you had put what you see on the screen now, all of the regulatory or the management and the people that have a some influence in terms of the regulatory system in fisheries. You've also put in all of the actual fisheries that you have in the area, both the commercial and the recreational sectors. You've looked at the gears that influence both commercial and recreational gears. You've looked at harvest regulations, and then the market and the socioeconomics of your fisheries. So you've done quite a bit of work up to date. And so what's remaining to be done is to actually look at what you were proposing regarding the 11 specific components of interest to the St. Thomas St. John area. But we can also go back to the model that creates what you're looking at on the screen now, and we can actually fill in all these question marks for you to complete the exercise in terms of the direction that you already have. The arrow points into the what's impacting what has an effect on what will cause something to change. Remember, these are you've taken it out of the bigger model that I presented earlier to these very specific fisheries models. So in fact, you are probably the first group that will complete something like this of the DAPS and the SSC. So one way that we can approach this is to actually look at this and fill in all the question marks. So recently you presented to the council the idea that in order to have ecosystem-based management, you really needed to look at these 11 components, right? So fisheries management, natural disaster response, large vessel impacts, socioeconomic impacts, outreach and education, which you have stated that it's at the center of all ecosystem-based management, heritage and culture, essential fish habitat, coral disease, land-based sources of pollution, coastal management, and enforcement. One of the main topics that you've also discussed is enforcement, and you've discussed it in the sense that you would have liked to have meetings with the people who are in fact in charge of enforcing the regulations that are already in place that deal with not only fisheries management per se, but actually deal with large vessels, cruise ships, for example, that come in that have to do with dredging, land-based sources of pollution. So that would be EPA or the Department of Agriculture regarding pesticides, etc. So you have also identified the agencies or the university or the Department of Planning and Natural Resources that have a that have any power to look and change or talk to us about the regulations that are in place, things that need to be changed, or things that the way that they are applied or not applied. Because in one of the in the first slide that I show you with the conceptual model, it actually says lack of enforcement. So that was one thing that came down through the minutes of your meeting. So that lack of enforcement is one of the first things that you wanted to talk about. So what and I uh, what we've done is that, as I said, we've gone through all of your minutes and all the work that you've done so far, and we've pulled out of those the things that are directly related to the 11 topics that you have, or the key items that you have selected. So in this case, for example, enforcement had to do with ballast water, had to do with outdated regulations, sewage disposal regulations, local and federal fishing activities, land-based sources of pollution, and wastewater treatment plants. So these things are already tying you from enforcement to the next item in your list, which is coral disease, outbreaks following the dredging activities. So that has to do with the enforcement of the regulations of whenever dredging happens, and to the threats imposed by the cruise ships and transport ships. Again, things that have to do with ballast water when it's dumped without the proper care or following the regulations, etc. So you've already also connected each of the key components that you have identified one to the other. So I'm just going to go through the other 9 that you have, and you'll see that it identifies specific things that you have talked about that have to do with either the item on the screen or the other 9 items that you have coming up. So for land-based sources of pollution, you have runoff, pesticides. So these are things that deal with coastal management, that deal with the Department of Agriculture, sedimentation, landfills, little regulation, again, enforcement, and rain and swells that carry coastal runoff into water. For essential fish habitat, you had identified coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass, and sargassum, and basically any habitat that is required to support a sustainable fishery system in the St. Thomas, St. John area, and therefore a very healthy ecosystem. For outreach and education, you have talked a lot about invasive species, the needed for enforcement officers, public, and fishers to be aware of the regulations, of the information that's available, and how the ecosystem works. And you have tied all this to all model components, as I said at the beginning. For fisheries management, you talked about closed areas and, again, invasive species. You also had talked about all other fishery regulations that are in place, but closed areas being the most restrictive, had a high high position in your discussions. And then this is where you involve all the agencies that are directly related to fisheries management. For coastal management, you had identified regulation and government, wastewater management, sewage, invasive species, and cruise ships. I have a question mark here because it wasn't clear from the minutes exactly how this was connected. I can see how this could be connected by the dredging effort that take place on the harbors and the sediment where it gets put, if near shore or offshore, etc. And also, how close they can get to shore, what happens at the piers when they come in and move a lot of sediments, etc. So there is, quite a bit of connections regarding the cruise ships and the coastal management. Also, waste disposal and other things. If you also have heritage and culture, so these are the fishermen, and basically this influences everything because it will dictate what your market demand will be, what species are selected, what you'll be fishing for, and the changes in the social economy of the region. You had also included natural disaster response, and of course, we've all been aware of the most recent Laura that came by Saturday, and Maria and Irma. So natural disaster response are a top item, I believe, in your concerns regarding the ecosystem and the impact that this will actually have on the coral reefs, depending on how close to shore they are, depending on the wave energy and the swells, etc. Sargassum, it's also considered a national disaster in the area. I mean, it just gets really messy when it's very close to shore, but it also essential fish habitat, or it's also fishing grounds for the pelagics. So this is all discussed also in relation to the human response and recovery that we have all been very aware of in these past few years with the great storms that we've had. You've also identified the large vessel impacts, and that includes the anchoring, and we've been made aware of anchoring problems in the, even including the deeper water reefs, coral reefs, the cruise ship sedimentation that they lift when they're coming into the harbor, and actually when they are docking, depending on the experience of the captain, you'll have more or less sedimentation in the area. So we mentioned trash disposal. So as you can see, we've been mentioning things that are really tying all these key items together. So if you've already gone through the exercise of doing all these, the sewage effluent, and this is, of course, you had discussed this in regard to the non-regulated and non-enforced waste discharges and the need for moorings in the area. So to have specific areas where vessels can anchor. And in fact, this could contribute to coral disease. And I believe that this is the last one. So the socioeconomic impacts, which is really both the commercial and the recreational fishers, the local economy that it's based on the fisheries of the area, and tourism, of course, which everyone comes to the Virgin Islands to see healthy reefs and fish. So that's, in a nutshell, it's the work that you have done to date. Now, I'm going to ask if anyone has any specific questions about the presentation up to now, because we are going to be, if this is okay with the chair and the group, into the mental modeler, which is the software that it's used for the, let me just show you, to work with the models. So have we covered all the bases of what you have been discussing to date, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Julia McGrath for the record. I think we've covering all the bases so far in the presentation that you have given. Is there anyone that have any questions before I make a comment? All right. Well, my statement here is I'm really concerned that here it is with the height of the importance of this plan that we're putting together, that we don't see none of the government agencies responding or joining us in what's going on. And from speaking with some of the senators, they said they never received the invitations of this meeting once again today. So I'm really wondering how this invitation for this meeting went out to the different agencies and to the senators. I find it very, very funny that no one would be on to this meeting with the heights of its importance, and with everyone working from home and have a lot of time in their hands, we don't have anyone. So if someone can clarify how the messages was sent, or how was this brought to the different agencies and the senators and the Congress lady to this meeting today, please.
Julian, let me check this sound here a second. Hold on, please.
All right.
Hello, Julian.
Yes, I can hear you, Miguel. Go ahead.
Yeah, aside from being from the publication that we have, we send the note to the local government, and they were supposed to check on all the people as per the letter that we sent. But aside from that, the council cannot, go directly to the legislators. So that's all I have. I don't know whether that's a.
So whose responsibility was it for the local government to send this out to the different agencies? I'm just trying to get a hand on it, because it's weird that you don't see no one from none of the agencies on this conference, as important as it is.
Yeah, one thing that we could do, it's a local government, the DPNR. But anyway, one thing that we could do now that we have saving for in-person meetings, we can have a special session directly toward the people that you mentioned. You and I can sit down, put together the list, and Ruth offered to help some of the contacts she still has. So we can have, let's say, another special meeting in September sometime, and just to make sure if they show up, but we discuss it. If not, that's as far as we can go. But that's something that Graciela and I were talking before, because this meeting was announced in November. It was canceled. Then in March, it was canceled. I didn't receive any requests from anybody aside from the DAPs on the next meeting. So my proposal, Julian, is that we continue the work it is. And if you agree, then we can have a second opportunity and send a note to all these people, and also maybe add more, because I talked to some of the senators before in person, of course, last year, and especially the senator for St. Croix and the lady from St. Thomas, they are pretty much interested in following this. So that's something that we could do. As I said, we cannot interfere with legislators, but we rely usually on the local government to contact them. And then also we can send the announcement.
Well, I think what needs to happen here, since is falling apart on DPNR side, I think what needs to happen is, with me being the chairman of this committee, we formulate the letter and we email it to them ourselves, or mail it to them, and that way we can see if any of these agencies are actually interested. Because at the end of the day, when this plan is put together, it's the fishermen who are going to be impacted by this plan, not the government agencies. The government agencies are tasked with doing their job to fix the issues that are ongoing around the shorelines in the eco base that's really affecting our future. And what we see, and this was said at the council meeting last week by Mr. Blanchard and myself, is what we see is, at the end of the day, this is going to affect us and don't affect any other agency. The agencies will be tasked with doing their job, and enforcement needs to come in and enforce the agencies doing their job. So I agree that we need to do something. I'll work with you directly and formulating a letter and trying to have a meeting next month to hear what these different agencies are doing, or if they actually understand the problem that we are faced with. I know some of the agencies do, but I think a lot of them would be more involved, like the senators and the Congress lady, if they understand what we are up against. So I really think the message is not being given to them so they can be involved in what's presently taking place today.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Graciela. As Miguel said, we have been discussing this issue, and one thing that is happening alongside the development of the fishery ecosystem plan by the council is that there are other efforts that are basically following the same path. So we have the Southeast Fisheries Science Center ecosystem status report that it's being also that it's also going to be looking at different groups of stakeholders. We have the LENFES proposal through Tarsila Sierra and JJ Cruz Mota and Stacy Williams. So they will also be looking at stakeholders. So one thing that we're doing is that we're trying to pass the information along. And as Miguel said, you know, a special session, a type of summit that would be more directed at these stakeholders. It's in the works. It is extremely important. It has a complete section in the fishery ecosystem plan, because these are things that really, you know, impact different stages, different life stages of the organisms involved in the local fisheries. So we are, you know, trying to pass along the information to see if stakeholders on the regulatory side of things can actually have some type of bring to the table the actual regulations that deal with any of the habitats, of the marine habitats within the ecosystem that we're trying to describe.
Okay,
So
Julian,
yeah, sorry.
Graciela, if I may, we don't have that much time until 12, so we want to make sure that the people present here, we have a chance to talk about every one of the elements. So I believe that Julian stated that he and I will work and put together a special meeting, and then we will invite, because this special meeting really was requested by Julian and the group, to see the activities that local agencies are conducting and see what the reaction of those local agencies, what projects they have, that will impact this ecosystem model. And I believe that we can do away with that. Julian and I will meet after this meeting sometime soon next week, and put together an agenda that will be only one, to discuss what you are discussing right now here. And then we will identify the addresses, especially the email addresses, so we can send that official letter. And then in that special session, we can invite JJ and the other people that is being mentioned by Graciela, so we can have a complete discussion up to date of all these topics. Today we are discussing 11 of the topic, but the DAP can add more if you need to, following what the others have done. And I encourage the group led by Julian to discuss these 11 items that we have. We can go one by one. We can have the first slide by Graciela, and they have a round robin discussion, and then we can set the second one. So the record will be developed accordingly. And I encourage all DAP members especially to express your opinions. And if you cannot have all of your ideas together at this time, you can also send an email to Graciela later on with any topic you may want to address. And you can take it to your peers also to discuss a little bit further and keep the discussion open. So I would say that if we don't have any other hurricane or storms, during the month of September or the first week of October, Julian and I can we can put together the meeting for that time and send the invitation accordingly. I will send the invitation at least 20 days before, so we have ample time to mark their calendars. But I will, Graciela, can we go back to your first slide?
All right, I have Ruth Gomez that wants to ask a question.
Hi, Miguel answered the question that I had.
Okay. Let's go back to Graciela in the first slide.
I think this is the first slide that you want to see, right?
Graciela, what we need to see, that's a spider web. What we need to see is the 11 items they have to discuss one by one. Enforcement is the first one, then we can go around robin discussion on the enforcement. Have we missed any of the items that you consider in enforcement? And also we need to add some more information, the way you see it. For example, ballast water, is that a problem with enforcement, outdated regulations, et cetera, et cetera. And please do all your comments through the chair, through Julian.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, so we have Liahai Rivera, who's a technical assistant for the development of the ecosystem-based fishery management fishery ecosystem plan. And we also have Sara, Nori, and Maria who are in the background. So we are all taking notes. We do have a matrix of information that we will fill out based on what your discussion is here. So, you know, are we missing anything in terms of enforcement, as Miguel said? I mean, this is the key issue here, to make sure that we have all of the elements that you want to discuss under enforcement.
All right, everyone, take a look at the screen that is up, and let me know if there's anything that you guys want to add to enforcement in its categories. It's here open up for everyone. Please, your comments are most important.
And Julian, for the record, and those people on the phone only, I will read for the record that the first line enforcement have 6 topics: ballast water, outdated regulations, sewage disposal, local and federal fishing activities, land-based sources of pollution, and wastewater treatment plants. Those are the 6 topics under enforcement for the benefit of the people only on the phone.
Mr. Chair, question
Yes, go ahead.
Sewage disposal. Are we talking about sewage disposal? Can be land-based, it could be marine-based. What are we talking? I think we need to be a little bit more specific of the sewage disposal.
Okay, so I think what Ruth is saying, it should be both. The issue is not tied to one; it's tied to both. So we need to maybe put in parentheses next to sewage disposals. Yes.
The other question or clarification that I have, outdated regulations. I guess the person, because we're all present here on this call, so the person that had outdated regulations as one of the key points of enforcement, maybe they can be a little bit more specific as to what they had in mind. I mean, there's tons and tons of regulations. Outdated, maybe we can be specific to 1 or 2 so someone can get an idea of what we're talking about or what the person had in mind.
Oh, well, I think one of the issues with outdated regulations was the fines and penalties. For example, in if people are fined dumping oil into the drain, as an example, you know, the regulations, the regulations haven't been looked at in years, and I think it falls in all different sectors of where the regulations need to be revised. A perfect example in fisheries would be Act 3330 that hasn't has a revision in years and needs to be brought up to date, especially with us going to island-based management plans now. Each area will have to have its own regulations looked at. So that would be one of the areas that needs to be updated. It's
Look
open up for
forward.
everyone. Please join on, everyone.
So in addition to Act 3330, I think we need to add fees and penalties.
We need to add what? Sorry for
Fees and penalties. Fees and penalties.
So this would be updated by district, right?
Yes.
And
Since
then
we,
fees and penalties.
anything you guys want added? Hey, come on, guys.
Any comment from any other DAP member regarding this first slide?
I think and the waste treatment plans, I think it should be plants/plants. The plants are actually where they're doing the operation out of, that they need to be brought up to current standards. The current standards that the EPA is using, etc.
So my suggestion for language is waste treatment facilities instead of plants. You could take out the word plan.
Yes. Hi, this is Lance Mom for the record. I just have a question regarding basically abandoned vessels along the mangroves. I don't know what agency it falls under, and I don't know if those rules and regulations need to be updated, because what happens a lot of times is people without a lot of money are living on a boat, it sinks, then they just leave the island, and you don't have an owner to be responsible for removing those vessels. And I don't know what agency that falls under, or if that needs to be updated, because you never see any of those vessels removed or cleaned up.
Okay, thank you for that, Lance.
So the agencies that are responsible for the cleaning up of abandoned vessels or derelict vessels is DPNR in conjunction with the Coast Guard.
Okay, thank you for that.
In conjunction with what? Sorry.
The United States Coast Guard.
Thank you.
We have Machula Ban that's trying to make a comment, but having some difficulties. I'm going to get him to text his comment. Give me 1 second. He's sending in a message, and I'll read it for the record. Anyone else, while we're waiting, have any more comments or anything that needs to be added to the first issue on the enforcement?
Mr. Chair, if I may, we would like to hear comments about the impact of, for example, ballast water, which you had it impacting both all of the habitats, seagrass and reefs, etc. So as we move along, if people would like to make comments on how one thing ties to the other, and if that's a direct impact, or if it's a high impact or low impact, etc., we would turn that information as part of the model.
Okay, we'll get to that in 1 second. Mr. Laban's comment would fall under land-based source of pollution, and it's his parentheses to put inside would be stormwater, trash, oil, etc.
Trash and oil.
Yes. So his concerns is all of these are tied to the land-based source of pollution. And then we could go back up to the ballast water. And I think one of the big issues that was under discussion at the time was for the ballast water was the stony coral disease. And that was one of the main reasons that we added that to our list, because the fishermen feel that this disease was brought into the St. Thomas, St. John district through ballast water with boats coming out of the port of Miami or different ports in Florida, that they were the ones suffering from this disease at first. And the issues that we are seeing, we believe that's where it came from. And then with the other issues with ballast water, it ties to the sewage disposal. A lot of sewage from these different vessels are being dumped directly into the ocean, and that's what's killing a lot of the grass beds. And that's a serious problem that enforcement struggles with, is trying to ensure that these vessels that are moored are doing proper disposal of the sewage.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, is it correct if we state something to the effect that lack of enforcement will point to increased, in this case, ballast water, or to any of the issues that you have in this slide, which in turn decreases essential fish habitat, which is one of the items that you have, which in turn decreases, this can be over a short or long period of time, decreases fisheries, which in turn has an impact on tourism, therefore on your socioeconomics for the local area. So you see, this is the way that it would be tying one to the other of the 11 items that you have brought up. So lack
Well,
of enforcement will lead
I think
to. Go
I
ahead.
think presently to use such a statement like that, that's a very powerful statement. And sure, it might have some decrease, but we don't know what the extent of that decrease is, and we got to be very careful when we make a statement like that, because that in turn affects the fishers and what's going on, and with the productivity of those areas where these activities are taking place. And if no studies have been done, we don't know actually what the impacts have been on the fishery. So we got to be very careful. We sure some damage is being done, but to what extent is being done, we don't know that. So that's how I'd like to word that statement. Until studies are done, we don't know what the full impacts of these issues have on the fishery.
Exactly. So one of the things that we're looking for is to see, of course, we will be doing a review of the literature that it's available and the efforts that are forthcoming regarding that, to see if there has been any documentation of the specific cases within the local geographical areas. So when we talk about the impact that it might have, it can be low, medium, or high. It can be an unknown, but that you have established some kind of relationship that needs to be further looked into, correct? So some of the question marks that you have on your overall conceptual model will remain until there is some information that can be brought to you, and then you can specify if it's low, medium, or high, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Anyone who
thank you.
wants to add to that statement or make a comment to that statement, this is the opportunity. Elizabeth, we got you out there. You have a wealth of knowledge. Ruth, anybody
So
wants to?
here's my immediate thought. Graciela, your statement, your first statement, where you tied everything together, that's what you call a loaded statement. And when you look at it, ballast water is directly tied to commerce. And it's hard to stop, it's harder to stop commerce, and it's easier to restrict fishing ground, right? So we need to be very careful. I agree with Julian. We need to be very careful what we say, because, like I said, ballast water is commerce. Entire economies are driven on commerce. So it will be easier if we don't do this correctly, right? Make sure that and I understand the importance of what we're trying to accomplish here. Please don't get me wrong. But just the same and just as important is to make sure that the fishermen, their livelihood is protected, yet we have a sustainable fishery. So we need to be very careful what we say. Because when I heard your statement, Graciela, all I could think about, I saw flashing red lights and a loaded comment where if it's not tied correctly or the language and we do our due diligence, I could see where it's easier to restrict the fishermen than to restrict commerce. Okay? That's my comment.
Thank you, Ruth. Anyone else wants to comment? Don't be afraid. Please comment. All right, Graciela, you can continue.
Okay, can I take a second? Hold on a second. I'm reading the comments here.
Just go to the next one, and the comments can be added later.
Okay, so we were talking about coral disease and the outbreaks that follow the dredging activities and the threats imposed by cruise ships and transport ships.
Does anyone have any comments? Anyone have any comments on dredging activities, threats
Yeah,
imposed by?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm not a coral expert, I'm sorry. So there's documentation, I guess, Elizabeth, you might be helpful here. There have been noted outbreaks of coral disease following dredging activities here? Or is it coral disease
Yeah,
more tied?
I think that not dredging here. I think that there's been it's sort of it's been thrown out there that dredging in Miami, the Miami harbor, and I think Leslie Henderson probably knows any more about this than anybody on this call. But we had some ships, or a particular ship that picked up ballast water in Miami and released it here in St. Thomas around Crown Bay, and that was sort of the time that we started noticing this Skittles, the coral disease, and since then it's spread across the island and into St. John, and I understand even into the Spanish Virgin Islands and the BVI's. It's a huge problem, it was not. There's no dredging that occurred here in the Virgin Islands that anyone believes is responsible for that. It's more of a, we believe it was brought from water in Miami. So, I mean, again, Leslie Henderson probably knows much more about it than I do.
Hi, this is Leslie. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Leslie, go right ahead.
Hi, I've never been to one of these meetings, so thanks for letting me join. I actually saw the announcement on Instagram and just thought I'd jump on because of this issue. And Sean is exactly right. The dredging was in Miami, and there have been some circumstantial links to this disease that it might have been triggered by that dredging, but then we do think it was brought here through ballast water, exactly as Sean said. And then just if you haven't heard the news, I know this is the St. Thomas St. John meeting, but we recently detected coral disease, the same disease here just south of Lime Tree. So right there at Ruth Key. So we think it has spread to St. Croix, likely being transported through these ballast water containers.
So
yes.
Sorry, Leslie, this is Ruth. I have a question for you. The invasive seagrass, Halophila, or maybe Sean can answer this. Is there any indication how that got here?
Oh.
Well, Sean, do you want to take this one?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so Halophila had been spreading throughout the Caribbean for a while before it got to the Virgin Islands. I think it came from the Red Sea, or maybe Ashley might know the answer where it originally came from, maybe Mediterranean Sea. But it got here in the Caribbean a while ago, and it's been spreading. It's very spread. It can actually float on the water. It can get wrapped up in the sargassum mats that we're experiencing, and little pieces of it can then reattach and form roots on the bottom. So it's very easy to spread this Halophila.
So there's been no direct link to ballast water?
With Halophila, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
And we have in the comments, we have a comment from Gilbert Laban. We had declining water quality due to runoff inshore. And then we have from Director Nicole Angeli, we have Indian Ocean is native range. Would you like to elaborate on that, Nicole?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is Nicole Angeli. The native range of Halophila was the Western Indian Ocean. In other places, it's been linked to fragmentation of the floor bed by anchoring and also ballast water, but there are no direct correlations in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a comment about the threats imposed by the cruise ships and the transport ships. I think one of the biggest problems that we're seeing with these ships also is their anchoring, and we have seen more often now where these ships are anchoring in coral habitat, and that's a problem that needs to be corrected. And I think there should be designated areas that will not impact the ecosystem with them anchoring on top of the coral reef. So it's a broader picture out there, like Ruth said, cameras. So I wanna get that on the record also. And if someone wants to elaborate some more, just please come on.
So, Julian, can I ask you a question, please, for clarification? So this anchoring would be directly tied to setting aside anchorage areas. Would
That is
be
correct.
actually...
That is correct.
Thank you. So another question for clarification and updating our files. So there are no shipping lanes still in the Virgin Islands, right?
They established,
No.
but they don't use them. They're established,
Okay.
but they don't use them.
They are, but they are
No,
not
They
used.
bring the federal
Okay.
waters straight in the
Okay.
waterfront, but they don't use them.
Darrell's saying there is established shipping lanes, but it's not being used.
Okay.
I
Thank
agree.
you. So
It's established for years, from 60s.
the reason
Any
why I'm
more?
asking, yes, can I?
Go ahead.
The reason why I'm
No, no, go
asking
ahead.
for clarification on this, the reason why I'm asking is because of the resuspended sediment from the cruise ships and the transport ships. So there is this, a depth at which they will be resuspending sediment. I don't know if Sean has any specific information from the local area, but that it's something that has been brought to the attention of the group, and I just want to ask the DAP if there has been any, even if you see it, if the resuspension of this sediment when there are cruise ships moving around, it's so great that you actually see that darkening of the water.
Yes, we
I
do
think
see
in
that. Go ahead.
Elizabeth, generally, we see a lot of now it hasn't occurred obviously since COVID. We haven't had cruise ships, but in the harbor area certainly, and around Crown Bay, the area that the seawall that they use in Crown Bay, when the cruise ships were coming in, pretty much every time a cruise ship came in, the entire Elephant Bay and East Gregory Channel can be completely filled with sediment, so that you go from top to bottom visibility to pretty much almost zero visibility within 30 minutes or so when the cruise ships come in. So yeah, I mean, there's around the harbor areas, sedimentation and resuspended sediment is a terrible problem. It's obvious to everybody. I mean, I don't know whether, so if dredging the harbor and making it deeper so that boats do not resuspend sediment is a good idea or not. But as it is right now, there's resuspension of sediments every time a big ship comes in.
Hi, this is Lance Monum. Just wanted to make a statement.
Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, I just, I'm not that knowledgeable on this subject, but I do know that that's been a big problem around the world. I know the Great Lakes are having a huge problem with basically ballast water from ships that have been into Europe and various different seas, and that they have a very large growth. I can't remember what the name of the mussel is, but it's growing everywhere, and it's not native to the Great Lakes, and then it's killing off various different, I think, trout and other fish are having trouble. I don't know what the solution is for St. Thomas. I don't know if it's possible for them, a law to be passed that ballast water must be released 5 or 10 miles out before coming in, but I don't know if that's realistic, if they need to be adjusting once they get to port, if it's a cargo vessel, and as they unload the ship, I think they need to adjust their buoyancy. So I don't know if that's a logic or a possible solution, but yeah, this ballast water is causing trouble all over the world with them passing different growths that aren't indigenous to the area. So, I mean, if it's possible for them to only discharge ballast water within a distance of St. Thomas, but if somebody is more familiar with how they unload the ships and if that's even possible.
Orion, you have a comment?
Yeah, from what I understand, Lance, most ships do not unload ballast water around St. Thomas. And when they do, they have to notify, I believe, the Coast Guard. So that's how they've kind of narrowed it down. The coral disease, they've narrowed it down to one particular ship because there is the ships that do unload ballast water are, I don't know if you're familiar with the yacht transport ships that come in.
Yes.
And they actually use ballast water to lower and raise the deck. You know, they lower the deck and they drive boats in and then they pump out all the water. So I think they're pumping on and off ballast water, but evidently not so many other boats are. And that's kind of how they narrowed it down to that particular boat being the culprit as far as bringing the disease.
Has any kind of law been passed as far as not allowing other ships or like certain regulations for certain ships and doing ballast water, or is it just kind of a request to those boats?
No, I mean, I don't really know that it's. I don't really think that it's a normal procedure for most boats, is what I've heard. And like I said, in order to do that, to release ballast water, you have to notify the Coast Guard and get the okay by the Coast Guard. So it's not boats just coming back and forth unloading ballast water, which is, you know, is good. But it still happens.
Yeah, no, evidently if we have it here already, some of the disease, that's happened. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know what the solution is, but if you pass a law, it usually, you know, straightens things out a little bit.
Right.
When the tankers pass.
I think one of the other culprits are the propane vessels, because they are discharging ballast water all the time when they're taking in and discharging while they're filling and are floating. So they also, so there's more than the transport ship boat. There are a few boats that are doing it. I know the U.S. Coast Guard was looking into it, but I don't know what the status of that is. I don't see anyone on from the Coast Guard on our meeting today. I know they're part of the committee also, but I don't see anyone on. Also, I have a comment here from Tony Blanchard. He says, since the shipping lanes are not in force, that we need to have a designated area for these ships to anchor. Anyone else wants to comment on issues with the coral disease slide?
You know, Julian, Lance Hunter again for the record, perhaps when you meet with the officials to try to discuss some of these things, perhaps the ballast issue could be brought up at that time.
I will take note of that. Thank you. All right, so we comfortable with moving on to item number 3?
Mr. Chair, one more question before we move on.
Yes.
Does anyone know of any remediation efforts going on? Marilyn Brand from the University of the Virgin Islands, anyone else that we know of that might be looking into these issues of coral diseases? And
Well,
the reason why I'm asking is because of the jurisdictions that we are also going to cover in the fishery ecosystem plan. So, for example, the USGS and the National Park Service will be brought on to give us information on what they are doing. So that's what why I'm asking.
yes, I know that they have a committee. There is a committee that meet every week that's looking into the stony coral disease issue and other issues I think that are affecting corals. So maybe we can have Marilyn give us an update in the special meeting that we're going to schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else before we move on?
Julian,
Yes, Miguel, go ahead.
yeah, we are going to include in the discussion. There's a law, the Coast Guard implements, enforce the ballast water regulation that have been issued by the United States Congress and have been modified several times. And also we have an international agreement, all countries, that require the ballast water from any vessel that is required should exchange the ballast water and 200 nautical miles offshore with a minimum depth of 600 meters or 600 feet. So all this is already in the books. So probably for the next meeting, Graciela and I can put together, fact sheets so people can send it. And the other comment I was going to make is regarding the channels. That was the favorite topic of David Berry, the late David Berry, the young. He always brought to the attention of the council the shipping lanes in the marine charts that we have, and they were not really pay much attention by vessels because of the traffic and all that. So all this will be included in the report that Graciela is going to put together. Thank you, Julian.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to slide number 3.
Okay, so moving on, but one thing that as Miguel just mentioned, that would go into the outreach and education arena. So it's very important, as you had at the DAP had pointed out, that the outreach and education, it's really at the center of all these ecosystem components. So for land-based sources of pollution, you have runoff, pesticides, sedimentation, landfills, little regulation / enforcement, and rain and swells that carry coastal runoff into water. You had also identified, so we've taken note of that for the next meeting with the regulatory agencies, things like the Department of Agriculture, that are so important in terms of the pesticides, the regulatory efforts of the landfills.
Just to clarify on the coral slide, I have a comment here from Ashley Rufo, and it says, yes, there's a Virgin Island Coral Disease Advisory Committee. We meet weekly, and much information and research being done can be found on the website vicoraldisease.org. So I wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you. Okay, so in terms of land-based sources of pollution, this is one thing that can be tied to things like the big rain events that we're having, that they are increasing in frequency and will actually, cause erosion, etc., and will bring all the runoff right into the nearshore ecosystems. The regulations on the building of areas that are supposed to have some protection for that, so that the runoff doesn't go into the marine or estuarine environments, right? And that includes, sediment running off from places that are being built up, the runoff from the landfills that can be very toxic in the nearshore environment. And recently, with all the big rain events, you might have these plumes running more offshore than they had previously been encountered. So these are the things that are under the land-based sources of pollution.
Yeah, I think another one of the land-based sources of pollution is we have a lot of these small mechanic shops that that don't have the proper mechanisms in place to deal with the oil disposal and other chemicals that they're dealing with.
Okay, but that goes into, sorry for the interruption, that goes into the landfill, so that goes in a separate.
No, I think that would be separate because the issue with the landfill is the landfill is overwhelmed with the quantity of garbage that is accumulated there. They're growing a new mountain by themselves, and they're just seeping. They're just seeping high toxic chemicals underground that eventually makes its way to the coastline. Um, Ruth and Elizabeth, you guys want to chime in on this? You guys should have a wealth of knowledge in these areas.
But Julian, before you move, the oil would be oil trash. Is that what you called it?
Yeah, oil that comes out of the vehicles. So where the oil is coming from is small mechanic shops that
Mhm.
don't have the proper oil treatment system or disposal system in place.
It would be non-point source pollution.
Okay.
So let me ask you. So most of the issues with enforcement and regulations, it would be really local regulations, correct? That would be implemented locally, but some of them following some of the federal regulations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. In the background, the other thing that it's happening is that Liahai, it's working on your model and it's connecting all your lines, and we're moving to that as soon as we're done with the other items. Okay. So anything else on land-based sources of pollution?
Does anyone have any other comments they would like to make in this area?
Okay.
Okay, well let's move on to the next slide.
Okay, I have a question. The
Go ahead, Ruth.
enforcement, the enforcement slide, can you go back to the enforcement slide, Graciela? Okay. All right. I'm good. I just wanted to make sure that the non-point source pollution was noted in the enforcement slide. It is.
How's that?
Go back to the other one, Graciela.
Excuse me?
And go back to the one that you were following. We have an hour and a half, and the chair can add another half hour if you need to, but try to make your comments to the point and quick through the chair so we can advance. We have 9 other slides that we have to go through. So, Graciela.
Okay, so essential fish habitat, this is one of those slides that encompasses anything on the marine environment. But actually, you had talked about things that will impact essential fish habitat, such as ballast water and all the one-point sources of pollution, etc. One of the things that you've also talked about is about the invasive halophila, for example. I mean, whether that it's included under, seagrasses, or you want to have invasive species that create habitat as a separate item? That's a question that we have.
Graciela, from the previous discussion, it should be a separate dot, invasive seagrasses, and you can have the example of the one that they mentioned. This was mentioned at the council meeting several years ago, and it's becoming a nightmare in many areas. It impacts nursery grounds, feeding areas of many species.
I'd like to make a comment about the Halophila. I think that there's very little known about Halophila as a nursery area in the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. From what I found, there's not a whole lot published about it. I'm recently involved. I have been recently involved with a graduate student's work. It turned out she was stuck in the United States for a little while, so we had to go ahead and sort of start her project. And she's looking at recruitment of yellowtail snapper, particularly with the moon phases, into the three different seagrasses. So the manatee grass and the turtle grass and the invasive Halophila. And I went out. I've been out many days crawling around in those three seagrasses looking at recruitment of fishes. And we've found that, and I don't know the end-all result of it, but we're getting these huge recruitment events of little tiny, half-an-inch yellowtail snapper and grunts, and they're using the Halophila a lot. I mean, they're thicker in Halophila than a lot of other places. So I don't think we can discount Halophila as a nursery habitat at this point. I don't think it is necessarily as horrible as we think it is. I know that it's not preferred by sea turtles, but as far as for fisheries, for fish habitat, I don't know. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Well, one issue that will be tied to this, it's also the displacement of the known and preferred habitats by these invasive species. So that's another
right.
aspect. Yes.
Yeah, and the other thing about Halophila, and that's right, it is invasive and sort of displacing the native species, which is bad, but it's also growing in areas that are either too deep or too turbid, or for some reason, can't grow the other seagrasses. For instance, the back areas of Dinner Bay, of the lagoon, that are now too polluted to support, don't get enough light for turtle grass, or the deeper areas of the bay that again don't get enough light for the other species of grass. So again, I think it's a sort of a two-edged sword. I think it's certainly not good that it's here, but it may not be just as horrible as we imagine.
If I may, there are 18 species of Halophila all around the world, and for some species of fish and even invertebrates, they don't care what type of seagrass is there. They just use the seagrass as a physical refuge for them to be protected from other predators, and also they feed on the stuff that is attached to the seagrass. But the concern was that is an invasive. That's what I mentioned. That it should be a separate topic, because as you said, it could be bad. It could be good for some of the species. We don't know that much, and I believe that with this, Graciela, we cover all essential fish habitat. The other thing that I was going to mention is that the council is going to be working on essential fish habitat and critical habitat. So all this will be included in the outreach and education material that Dr. Alida Ortiz is preparing. But at this time, Graciela, do we have anything else in essential fish habitat regarding the linkages and description that you have in the ecosystem model?
No, so Liahai in the background is putting together the arrows from what you've discussed regarding ballast water, etc., and the impact to essential fish habitat. So we're trying to close the model that you have developed thus far. I don't have any other comments regarding the EFH.
Okay, can we go to the next one?
So outreach and education and outreach. So again, we're with the invasive species, the need for enforcement officers, public and fishers. Needed. So the material that Miguel was just talking about needs to be widely distributed alongside the actual regulations for the officers of the law. And this is, again, as you mentioned, tied to all the components of the model that you've developed.
Anything we need to add from the group into the education and outreach? Or have we covered all the major topics?
The needed for enforcement officers, public and fishers. As we discussed in the beginning, this can't work without the government. So I think we need to educate our government officials on the importance of what we are trying to accomplish here and will accomplish as an end result. So I think, believe it or not, there are a lot of key people in the government that are in policy-making positions that are pretty, they're not up to speed on a lot of aspects or a lot of things having to do specifically with their job description. So I think we need to make it correct, a separate bulletin point that we need to bring these policy-making government officials up to speed through, education. I mean, the best decision that is made is a well-informed decision. So that's my thing.
So Ruth, Mr. Chair, if I may, question of clarification. So these policy-making government officers can be identified to be included in the regulatory agency special session?
Yes, in fact, people that we selected to be a part of that original conference, those are the people that we really, really need to make a concerted effort to educate. So when decisions are made, they're well-educated and well-informed decisions. So you can't just throw it out there for the public and expect them to grab hold of it. We need to be more specific, just like we're doing it for enforcement officers and fishers. In fact, the policy-making government officials, the enforcement officers, the public, and the fishers are going to adhere to the law that they pass or they have some sort of input into. So I think more important is making sure that the policy-making people, are educated.
And I totally agree with what Ruth just said. That's the way you can tie everything together. Anyone else have any comments on this?
Julian, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Miguel.
I suggest that we take the next one, and then after the next one, you can have a 5-minute break. Some people would like to have that break.
Oh, okay, we can do that. So we go one more slide, and then we take a break.
Okay, so fisheries management. I mean, as I said, the main topic in this discussion has been closed areas, but again, I mean, you would consider all other management involved, and that's part of what the island-based FMP has done, has reviewed all of the fishery management in the EEZ. So it would include, excuse me, a revision of the management under the territorial auspices, the invasive species again. So this seems to be one of those topics that it's tying most of the items that you've talked about. And then the agencies that have been identified regarding specific fisheries management.
Okay, I think what we need to add in here under closed areas should be seasonal closures also and managed species. And if anyone else wants to add, we can add. Because I think that would tie in the whole island-based management plan with those additions.
I mean, one of the things that it's going to happen is that, you know, fisheries management is also tied in, and one agency that, and this will be brought in through the jurisdiction that it's not here, are also those agencies like the Department of Interior that have the monument areas, etc., where there are in fact regulations of prohibiting all fishing from the monument areas. So if I may, the U.S. Coast Guard has safety zones around all of the ports. So we will identify any other agencies that actually have specific regulations dealing with fishing activity. Okay. So anything else regarding fisheries management?
Anyone have any more questions or comments? If not, let's move on.
So do you want to take one more and then the break, or you want to take the break now?
Let's take the 5-minute break now since there were some people that needed to take a break. Let's do that.
Okay.
5 minutes and we'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. Oh. She did? Yeah. I think it's Yvette.
All right, are we ready to continue?
Yes.
1 second, Mr. Chair. Hold on a second, please.
All right, no problem.
Okay, this is the background work. Okay, so we're back.
Yes,
And
we're
guess
back.
what? Coastal management. So reading for the record, regulation and government, wastewater management, sewage, invasive species, and cruise ships. Okay, so Mr. Chair, these are the items that you had under coastal management from your previous meetings.
Yes, does anyone have a comment on this? I have a question. And maybe you guys can help me out. Does enforcement needs to be added to this, or because enforcement is already covered in the slide, we keep it separate from this?
If I may, when you give us these pointers, like for example, that you should tie it in to coastal management, the enforcement item, we will make that connection, but we can put it here on the regulation government / enforcement. And that way we'll make sure that all these connections are made, because then after we're done here, we're moving into the model to give it the we think we have the direction from what you've talked about. We need to have the strength of those connections, okay?
Okay, before we move on, one last chance. Anyone has any comments on this? We're pressed for time, so we want to keep it going.
Do you want to keep cruise ships in here because of their sedimentation, ballast water, etc.?
Yes, unless other people object.
Okay, I don't see any comments on the chat,
I
Mr.
don't
Chair.
I don't say anything either. So earlier we did have a comment from I just want to put on a record from Nelson Crespo. He said in Puerto Rico they had restaurants that just threw the used oil down the drain in the water. So I just wanted to put that on a record. That was one of his comments. All right, we can move forward.
Okay, so again, this is one of those items that you have connected to everything else. So heritage and culture regarding fishermen and the influence on all other items. This would be, for example, tied to the socioeconomic. It would be tied into the markets, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Any other comments? Help here if someone has some comments here.
I have a comment.
All right, go
The
ahead, Ruth.
important point, fishermen. I think we need to be a little bit, we need to expand on that a little bit, and how it ties, to the heritage and culture. I just think it's just too broad. Fishermen, okay, well, how does that tie to heritage and culture? I mean, I
Thank you for that, Ruth, because yes, there was a little bit of displacement between the original way that things were being approached and this one. So when we put things like this, we just didn't find more connections. So if you could please lead us into that discussion.
I think what they're trying to, the point they're trying to get across here, and I hate to say this, but we will not mention this person's name, that constantly and repeatedly always said, fishing is not a way of life, it's part of our culture. And I think that's the point that they're trying to get across here, that yes, it's a livelihood. Yes, um, you know, it's so ingrained in this community, um, as far as, you know, for generations and generations, it's been a way of life for us, that it's not just a way of life anymore. It is part of our culture. It's one of, a very key and important parts of our culture. Um, Julian, Daryl, Winston, you guys are generational fishermen, so you guys would be better to explain it than me. So I leave that up to you, but I think that's what it is that they're trying to get across. Am I wrong, Julian, Daryl, and Winston?
No, I think you're correct. You know, promoting it, it's generational, and then you want to promote it for the future generations also, because that's it's a part of the way that we grew up, is having fishing, you know, embedded into us from young. So the heritage and culture aspect of it for future generations is the key, while we continue to do it from what was taught to us through our ancestors. Anyone wants to comment in?
Julia, if I may, Graciela is
Yes.
Fishers. It's Fishers, not fisherman anymore. To be gender neutral according to the laws and regulations. One comment I wanted to make is that even though you may agree with everything that is said, especially Julian and Ruth are taking the lead discussion, we would like to hear for the audio record whether you agree or disagree. If you all agree, at least one or two of the members of the DAP say something, because the stronger the record that you have, and the only way that we can make the record stronger is by allowing everybody to speak. And sometimes you don't say anything because, okay, I agree with Julian, I agree with Miguel, but in the record, it's better if we hear from every member of the DAP. And I'm sure that all of you have something to contribute. Even though you may just say, I agree with whatever has been said, please say so for the record. Just identify yourself and say so. If you think that we're missing something, let us know. At the end of today morning, Graciela will put on the screen the model so far that Julia Hart is putting together, and this will go into the report for the council.
All right.
Thank you, Julian.
Thank you.
Winston Lede. I agree with Ruth. It's part of our culture, and from a young boy, I grew up fishing, and I'm still fishing now. I'm an older gentleman, so I do agree with her. It's a big part of our culture.
Next, Daryl, can you comment, please?
Yeah, this is Darrell Bryan. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's pretty much how some of us know. It's how we grew up in, and we got it from our fathers, and we plan to pass it on to our children. So, yeah, I agree. It needs to be worded a little different.
Colin? Yeah, speak up, Colin. Yeah, but you can still give your comment. All right, Gregory?
I agree.
Can't hear you from over there, Gregory.
I agree.
All right. Any comments from Elizabeth, Lance, Matthew Laban?
Yeah, Lance Monham for the record. Basically, I'm a recreational fisherman and business owner on the island, and I've been fishing down here since about 1987 recreationally, and I've just seen the decline in fish just for various reasons. Other islands setting up processing plants, shipping to Japan, number of different reasons. Of course, the coral reef problems that exist. I guess my comment is just basically that I've seen it over the last, 31 years, making it more and more difficult for fishermen for various different reasons. So I've seen it decline.
And in what areas have you seen this decline, Lance? Is this in the
Well,
pelagic area?
Yes, exactly right. Pelagics, because I really don't do much bottom fishing of any kind. It's trolling generally for the pelagics, and there's definitely been a decline in those for a number of different reasons. The down island processing plants netting up, mahi, yellowfin tuna. So it's just, I know that it's just becoming more and more hard on fishermen, and you talk with various different friends who do bottom fishing and the problems they're experiencing. So I know it's tough on fishermen these days.
Thank you, Lance. Elizabeth?
Yeah, okay. For as an outsider who's not coming from the St. Thomas, St. John fishing community, I think historically it's obviously that, or culturally, this is obviously part of the culture of fishermen here, their livelihood, their lifestyle. It's again, as from an outsider, it's really obvious. These people, as in all places where you have groups of people that keep the same industry generation after generation, it's the way they speak, where they live, the way they think, the way they raise their children. It's a very, very obviously tight-knit and historically, culturally important group. That, from an outside perspective, you can see that.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Ruth, do you have any more comment?
Yeah, this bulletin point has an influence on everything in parentheses. Well, that's just too generic to me. That's just the person that I am. I think we need to be in parentheses, maybe Graciela, we can put examples of what we are including in everything: music, religion, our food, to politics. We just need to be a little bit more specific. All of us that were born and raised in the Virgin Islands, our heritage and culture is very, very important to us. And, we don't take kindly to, anything negative being said about it. So it has an influence on our daily existence, in our, even, in our music, religion, food, politics. So I like the, in parentheses, just a few examples of what we mean by everything.
Thank you very much for that, Ruth. That makes a lot of sense. Because it all ties in, everything ties into each other, because when we have a fish fry, we have music, we have, the politicians involved, everything. It's big social activity that ties everything in. So our heritage and culture brings everything together that's been part of our existence here.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Yes, go
So
ahead, Graciela.
in the St. Thomas St. John district, have you identified a generational gap in terms of fishing going from this generation to the next, or is that not an issue at this stage?
Presently, from the generation that's fishing right now, that's going into the future generation, we are presently looking at that. We're working with the outreach and education committee to see who's actually interested in coming into the fishery, the young ones, and we also going to be looking at the young ones that we presently have involved, because we do have some of the fishers that their sons or daughters are fishing with them as helpers. So we're going to be looking at that whole aspect. So there is some issues that our existence in the future might be dwindling, but working with the outreach and education committee with the council, I think we're gonna it's going to give us a great opportunity to explore the future of the fishing industry and see how we can encourage youngsters to get in the areas that will be available for them to participate in the fishery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anything else on heritage and culture?
All right, I guess we can move on. Since we don't hear any questions, I don't see anyone in the chat.
Okay, so we go through natural disaster response, strong storms and hurricanes, sargassum, and a human response and recovery.
Well, I think I'll be the first one to jump on this one. Natural disaster response. Here it is. We're into the third hurricane season, and
Still waiting.
all the big fishers who were impacted very heavily during Irma and Maria have still yet to receive the disaster relief money, and that's impacting us right now. Especially we have been missed by the last couple storms that have passed through here. We have some fishers who just received their base pay, and the helpers receive their base pay. But as far as the real heavy hitters, they have not received any funding, and that's dragging us along to use the little resources that we have had left to continue providing the fresh local product for the people of the islands, especially during this pandemic. So it's open up for everyone to weigh in. Please feel free to weigh in.
I have a comment. Sargassum. We've been experiencing sargassum events for 5+ years. And as of this conversation, the government of the Virgin Islands has failed to come up with a response response guidelines on how to deal with it. We know it's coming at specifically certain times of the year. It happens within plus or minus a month, right? And up to now, it's pretty much it comes, and then we try to figure out what's the best way to deal with it. And the downfall of that is because it's not thought out, right, on how to respond to sargassum. What happens is you end up seeing things like track hose and backhoes on beaches, which we all scream about endangered species, but then it's like, well, endangered species becomes secondary to tourism because we have to get the sargassum off the beach. I think, in the beginning, myself and Larry, the maintenance person for Fish and Wildlife, we were part of a task force that seemed to be moving right along, and then the event dissipated, so the task force dissipated. So I think the government fails to come up with response plans to events that happen every year. Hurricanes, sargassum, those are just as sure as your utility bill coming every month. So the government has failed to, come up with policy that specifically addresses significant natural disasters that take place every year. We can't continue to shoot from the hip. Something will suffer in the end.
Thanks for those comments, Ruth. Elizabeth, you want to weigh in on this?
I don't think I've got anything more to say about that. I mean, I agree with Ruth, of course.
Anyone else that wants to weigh in on these comments or on the response bullet points that we have here?
Mr. Chair, a point of clarification. So all these the storms and the sargassum, they are directly related to the local socioeconomic ventures. That includes fishing
Correct.
markets, etc. Okay.
All right, we
So
can move on. Go
okay.
ahead.
So this covers everything that you wanted, especially points 1 and 2. Okay, large vessel impacts. Anchoring, cruise ship sedimentation, trash disposal, ballast water, sewage effluents, and this is all related to the non-regulated, non-enforced waste discharges. The need for moorings, probably that should be a separate bullet, and coral disease. Okay. Okay.
Anyone has any comments on large vessel impacts?
Question, when you refer to large vessel impacts, are you referring to cruise ships or like mega yachts or a boat over 65 feet or?
I
Graciela,
think
can you
it.
clarify?
Go ahead, Miguel.
I asking Graciela if she can clarify that.
Well, I don't think we have anything in the minutes regarding the specific size of the vessels. It's mentioned both the cruise ships and the transport vessels. I don't let me see. Hold on a second. Okay, so Ori has asked for a turn to speak, but you do have a large movement of mega yachts through the St. Thomas, St. John area. So
Yes,
I don't.
and I believe, for example, in the National Park of St. John, I believe that a vessel over 65 feet cannot use their moorings as they're not strong enough for that kind of vessel. So, ones underneath that are really taking up moorings as long as they have the proper holding tanks to discharge either away, offshore or a facility. But the ones that are over 65 feet have to anchor themselves. That's a kind of a different impact than the ones under 65 feet. Then, of course, the cruise ships themselves are a whole class of their own as far as what they're doing.
Mr. Chairman, I could help with this category.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Okay,
Orion.
so this category was created at the last meeting to differentiate cruise ships, transport vessels from the houseboats. There was a discussion that went on about the houseboats creating point source pollution, and then there was categories of the cruise ships and the transport vessels. And in order to distinguish them, this category was created, and that's what we're talking about here.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Okay, yeah,
Mr. Chair, if I
thank you.
may,
Yes, go
so
ahead,
if I
Graciela.
can ask Lance, so one of the issues that it's being discussed is that it would also be different for the mega yachts than the cruise ships, or would they still be considered within this group?
I think according to what the gentleman, I didn't hear what he said, was it's just the cargo vessels and cruise ships under large vessels. So mega yachts then would not fall under that category. And I don't know how much impact really they are, because you only see one or two here and there over 65 feet. You have a lot of pleasure cruisers that have a 45 foot or a 55 foot, but the mega yachts that would be anchoring rather than using mooring balls and staying maybe for a week or two, I don't think there's anything like the impact of the larger vessels, the cruise ships, and the cargo vessels.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other comments? All right, I guess we can move on.
Okay, so last but not least, the socioeconomic impacts. So let me correct this. Fishers. Okay, so these are really broad categories in terms of the socioeconomic impacts, fisheries, economy, and tourism. But I think that they encompass quite a number of items that you had in your original model. So perhaps following Ruth's idea of earlier on, maybe to make some very specific, your top 3 items that should go associated with any one of these 3 bullets.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I'll start. Tourism. I'm trying to put my thoughts together here. I think these bulletin points, fishers, economy, and tourism, we talk about the impacts the fishery has on the economy of the Virgin Islands, right? So I think what we're doing here is we're splitting hairs. If we're talking about the fishery, well, let me ask this question. We're talking about the fishery on a whole, or we're talking more specifically about fishers and their impacts on the economy? That's a question.
Okay, well, that's one of the things that you may want to discuss, because one of the things, if we go back to the beginning and what we talked about enforcement and the impact on commerce versus the impact on the individual economy of the fisher, that's what you have to pinpoint in this case. In terms of the fish, you can actually tie them, fishers, and you can talk about the actual individual or group economy, the economy per se, because everyone comes to the Virgin Islands looking for the for the habitats to go snorkeling in, and for the fish to eat. etc. And that ties in directly into tourism and to the cruise ships that come in to bring tourists onto the island. So my question to you is whether, how one of the things that the DAP has been very adamant about has been the market demand. So that's really tied into the impacts that you'll have. If there is no enforcement and there is a damage to the habitat, and the damage to the habitat creates a drop in the economy, and then you cannot provide the fish that people are seeking, it's a problem. So it's really, how do you want to what do you want to see in terms of the socioeconomic impacts for these 3 bullets? Do you want me to bring up the slide that you had developed for the fisheries model, for example?
Yes, please.
So that's the one that's specific for fisheries. So here you have tourism at the top of the slide, impacting a market, good or bad. It depends on what happens. Tourism impacting recreational fisheries, and through the market, you impact the commercial fisheries. You do have the more complex model where you have many other options that you discussed. But this is one of the ways that you had it set up, right?
Well, a perfect example is what's going on right now with the pandemic. How tourism is impacting the market and impacting the commercial fishers is, without tourism, the hotels are closed, the restaurants for the hotels are closed, the Airbnbs are closed, so that impacts the market demand, and then of course that impacts the commercial fishers. Does that make sense?
It does. We can also look, I mean, you do have more info. Let's see, this one, for example. So you see tourists visiting the area, and you have all these other, you have the issue of the sunscreen, you have other issues, but we can narrow it, in this case, because it's going to be a dramatic change from what it used to be before to what it's been since 2017, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, Lance, Lance Mon, for the record, I just like to talk a little bit about the details and I think you were talking about the low, medium, and high as far as designating what is the damage to the fisheries. I think that basically the highest would be the sanitation of waste from the various different pumps pumping out, whether it be in town. Most of the houses up on the hill and the mountain have their own kind of septic system going into the ground, but say like in town, they have so much waste, and I don't know how well that is being treated before it gets pumped out into the ocean, and actually how far out it goes is also an issue. All of the hotels as well have their own sanitation system. I'm sure some are better than others, but it seems to me that kind of waste would be very high up on the effect of the fisheries. I'm not sure the runoff. I don't know how you would ever control the runoff of a high rain, and it's over the whole island going into the ocean in various different, small rivers, what have you. I don't know how that would be able to be treated, but the pipes that are going out into the ocean, I don't know for sure, but I've heard that a lot of this isn't processed very well to clean it up before it's pumped out to the ocean. But I think that would be very high on the list of the problem for the fisheries. I think the fishermen and the effect of their fishing on the reefs. They don't want to destroy their own business. I think they would. I think they are enhancing, if anything else, the fisheries. But I think the biggest problem really is the sewage being pumped from 100,000 people, or well, cut it in half because there's a lot of septic systems, but that's a lot of sewage. Just my observation. Perhaps they're all pumping out drinkable water. I don't know, but I don't think so.
Mr. Chair, can we go back to the slide?
Yes, can we go back to the original slide?
So on the bulletin point for fishers, in parentheses, we can put market driven, because that's something that we hear repeatedly all the time, right? Under tourism, going back to that spaghetti model that you had there, the impacts of tourism are, and we could take it from that spaghetti model that you had there, where we have all the arrows going from tourism to market driven to the impacts on the marine ecosystem. And the economy of the Virgin Islands is driven by tourism. Plain and simple, it's not driven by anything else. Plain old tourism, which the fishers themselves, their market, because it's driven by tourism, it's a direct correlation to their livelihood. So I mean, we're kind of, this right here, it's a pretty much point and shoot type deal here. It's all tied together.
And when we say market driven, market driven is tied into several things. It's tied into what the market can sustain. It's tied into the size of the fish being caught. Um, Everything. It's just what the market can sustain at the time.
And it's not just tourism, it's also local consumption as well. Like Julian said earlier, now is a prime example. We have no hotels, but residents are eating more fish for an assortment of reasons. So it's tourism and local demand.
Because the locals are eating more fish because of the stay home order, and with all the schools being closed and the kids being home and everything. So you see the demand for fish up in certain areas, down in other areas, and now the issue is with the hotels and everything being closed again. A perfect example is the lobster sales go down. So that's it's clear identification that this whole fishery is market driven, as we have said over time and time and time.
Okay. So let's see. I mean, because you do have this slide that you had put forth, this was the basis of this presentation. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is the basis of the presentation, but you do have your other models. And one thing that Liahai has been doing behind scenes is to actually listen to the connections that you have made. So I'm going to pass on the, I'll make her the presenter to see what we have. But remember that we also have these other, the fisheries models and the actual model that you had originally created. Okay. Let me transfer the presentation to Liahai, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
She's
you
gonna
may.
organize it. She's gonna organize it. She can go ahead and do it.
Do remember that on the side of your screen, you do have a plus minus so that you can make this bigger by specific command. And
Yes.
okay. Okay, so do you want to begin with what you just did, or you want to start from what you had created before?
I would say let's begin with what we just did because it's all fresh in our mind, and
Perfect.
and it will give us a good basis.
Okay, so Liahai, can we see what we... I don't know if she can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Should I
Okay.
zoom into a specific topic?
The one that we just discussed, the one that had the 11 items. This one has a little bit more than we had before, right?
Graciela, did you finish all your slides?
Yes, we covered all 11 items with all of the connections. And in the record, you have developed the direction of the impacts from one thing to the next, taking into consideration what Ruth had said at the beginning. I mean, the statements can be made in terms of the directions, but you have not given any magnitude yet to the impacts from one to the other to the other. So Liahai, if we have the one that we
Graciela,
just... Yes.
Graciela,
Sorry.
just a question to you and Yahai, because we have half an hour. Do you propose to go one by one to see the connection and ask the group? Or you can have a combination of now and in between meetings, because remember we said that we are going to have a special session in October, on all probability October 1 or 5. So it's up to you and Julian how you would like to do it. So my advice is that we go follow Graciela and Liahai, and then look at the 11 boxes that you have. Start with that and see what are the strengths that you would like to allocate to those interactions. How can we do that, Graciela?
Okay, so one thing that we can do, I mean, in this mental model, you can turn on and off the big boxes. So we can go to, for example, outreach and education, turn that on and see where that connects to everything. If you agree with those connections, then we have the direction. If you want to add more arrows, then we can do that. And if you do have information on the specific magnitude of the event, okay, then we can also do that. So as you can see, these are the connections that you've made. So let me get rid of this here. There we go. So you had additional mentioned of things that you have created. We had talked about water quality during this meeting. So that's that connection. Yes.
Graciela, hold a second so we can, the one that you're talking about, which is the easiest one, I believe, is education and outreach. So the question to the group is, when you see the arrows going from thicker than thinner, that's an indication of the strength, isn't it? So we can ask the group then, go one by one around the arrows and see if they agree. Then Julian can direct the discussion. If, for example, if there's not a significant discrepancy with the arrows as it is, then you can go ahead and say that the group agrees with it. But if you see some arrows that you would like to, for example, the water quality, do you think that should be a thin arrow rather than a thick arrow because you believe it's not important? then we change it. At this time, I believe from the discussion of the group this morning, you all believe that that's very important.
Okay, well, I think the first clarification is for everyone is, does everyone understand the different strength of the arrows? Graciela, if you want to, just describe the different strings of the arrows so everyone can understand.
Okay, so remember that you've been working on this over time. So for some of these, you had already assigned a direction, meaning that it will go from, Lehigh has control of the cursor, so she can point to education and outreach. This is one of those items that you've considered to be extremely important in the development of a conceptual model for the Virgin Islands. So the arrows are pointing from what that element is influencing. So for example, you've mentioned that education and outreach should be made available for the general public. So it's right there on the left-hand side, that it's very important for the fishers cooperation or fishers collaboration, that it's very important for the policy makers, that you wanted to include them in the meeting, that it's very important for the law enforcement group. So all those arrows that are coming out of outreach and education have still a question mark, because although you have stated throughout this discussion that these are very important impacts that they would have on fishers and on policymakers, we still have not given it a strength.
Graciela, I propose, because there are people on the phone, we ask the question, outreach and education connected water quality. You think it's a high priority, medium priority, or small priority? And then we go one by one, and everybody can quickly tell us what they think. Julian can direct the discussion. For example, the question might be, do you as a group believe that the outreach and education and water quality connection should be a high connection, medium, or small? And then you go with each one of them very quickly. Then you go to the next one to cover the 11 topics that you addressed. Julian have an authority to expand to another half hour if the groups agree. So I believe that you will have time to go over, because the graphics here just summarizes what you discussed previously and today. So Graciela, can you just quickly go one by one?
Okay, so let's start with the outreach and education to the public. Do you think that from your discussion, you think that that should be something of high priority and that it would have a high impact on the public?
High priority, yeah.
Okay, so we'll make it into a positive 1. Okay, so there we go. So then you have education and outreach towards policy makers.
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, so very high. Okay.
Very high, one of the top ones, actually, if you want to list them in numbers.
Okay. So we're taking notes. So very high will be, 1, 2, 3, or 3. And this is going into the equation that it's going to be high priority to do, and also that it will have a very high impact in all the other matters that follow. So again, from outreach.
Graciela, 1, 2, 3, 3 being the highest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, Graciela, instead of mixing the two, just ask for high, medium, and low, and then you can translate that to numbers.
High, medium, low. Okay.
Okay, so outreach and education to law enforcement.
Hi.
Hi.
High.
One of the number ones, yes, high, very high.
Okay, so we have also outreach and education to We have to change fishermen to fishers.
Turn them around.
So is this one also a medium, high,
I
low?
would say high.
Okay. And then we'll fix that question mark. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you had an item called Fisher Cooperation, but I think that can also be brought into Fishers, and we'll make sure that we annotate that. And I think that this has covered everything. Let's see that you have on the outreach and education. I'm looking for what you just did, so hold on a second. Education and outreach. Okay, so we're missing one connection to
Whatever is left from
invasive
this
species.
meeting, whatever we left from the meeting, we can add it later.
Okay.
So you have one connection missing for the outreach?
For invasive species, can we turn it on the other way around so that what's going into? Okay, so communication. Okay, so here we go. So you already had it, but you had it in the opposite direction, going from invasive species to out to education, and then from there to the general public. So is that still the case?
Yeah.
Okay, and that would be a low, medium, or high priority?
Do people agree it will be a high priority, medium, or slow? Or low, excuse me.
I have lost the connection to a lot of people.
I would say medium.
I would
I think it's well. Go ahead, Ruth. Sorry.
medium.
Yeah, medium.
Great.
Medium.
Yeah, I think relative to others, it would be medium.
Okay, so we'll put that one. Okay, so there we go. And then the only other thing that you had left, that's communication. But then again, if you want outreach and education and you've set it as a priority, then that communication has to be also a high priority. Under
Sounds good.
outreach.
Okay, can we go to the next one, Graciela?
So Liahai, make sure that you save this.
The whole thing is being recorded, so if we miss something in the diagram, we can go back to the recording record.
Okay, so you have any preference? Do you want to go to enforcement, which is another one that Mr. Chair, where do you want to go? Outreach.
Graciela, just go to them one by one.
Yeah, just take them one by one. It doesn't
Okay,
matter
so
which
let's
one.
go
Just
to
do
law
one by one.
enforcement. So let's go to law enforcement, which is one of the very high priorities. So these are the regulations that you needed to that you talked about. So again, law enforcement impacting the boat houses that we talked about, land-based sources of pollution, water quality, anything else that needs to be connected here. And these already have, as you can see, a very fairly wide.
The question here is just to ask the group whether you all believe that these arrows should be all high priorities. And based on what you discussed this morning, it seems that that's the case, that the DAPs and Thomas and John believe that all these connections should be a high priority.
And for the record, yeah, one of the things is that under water quality, you will include all of the NPSs and land sources. So everything that you've discussed today will be included here.
And all considered high priority.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see what comes into law enforcement, please.
Are you asking individuals?
So the
Oops, sorry.
arrow that
Go ahead.
the low priority arrow that goes all the way to the right, regulation and government. We're all in agreement that all these arrows that are coming from enforcement should be high priority.
I'm in agreement.
Yes, all of
Thanks,
them
Madam.
need to be a high priority.
No, not going to be ready. No.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
And then we are going to go into coral diseases. Okay, so from the communications today, you have the dredging activity. So let's see what comes into coral. There we go. Okay, so the only thing that it's missing, do you agree with what you're seeing, which are fairly thick arrows coming into coral diseases? That means that they will be they will be basically resulting in coral disease if they are not regulated.
Correct, and the large vessel impacts needs to be a high priority also.
Okay, so one thing that I'm going to the next time you see this, there might be a difference in colors because then these are impacts that are negative to the habitat, but we'll deal with that later on. So water quality, did we have water quality? What's at the bottom of the screen? Let's see, I cannot see that.
Cruise ship transport.
Okay. So one thing that we're missing is a connection from here, from water quality to coral disease, correct? Yes.
So my comment is the high priority arrow that goes to dredging and coral disease. I think the conversation we had earlier between Leslie and Sean, there is no documented proof that dredging has had an impact on or created coral disease here in the Virgin Islands. I mean, yes, in Florida. So I don't think, unless you have some sort of documented proof, I don't think that should be a high priority. I think it should be a medium.
Okay, so we can change that. Thank you. That one, yes. We have also included water quality going to coral diseases. Okay.
Hi.
And can you move invasive species, please, Leah, so that I can see there is a right there. Okay. So as part of the coral diseases, that's what we have. Anything else?
I don't think water quality should be a medium. My comment was dredging should be. I think
Okay.
water quality should be a high priority and dredging a medium. So
Okay.
you need.
I can't see the chart, but I would agree with that. And I don't know what you have for invasive. What kind of arrows do you have for invasive species to coral disease?
Graciela, for the people who cannot see the screen,
Okay.
can you go one by one and say, what are the boxes and whether they are high, medium, or low? Please, for the record.
Okay, so to coral diseases, you have invasive species, and that has I think it's a high. Leah, is that a 1? That's for us. Don't pay attention.
Well, you say hi to all of them except medium for the dredging.
I think I'm not sure as far as invasive species goes that you're trying to relate to coral disease. Are we talking about lionfish? What are we talking about there?
So invasive species includes all species. You have mostly discussed those that form habitat, but invasive species would be everything.
I mean, and we're relating it to coral disease. I'm sorry, I don't see that chart, but is that the arrow is going from invasive to coral disease?
Yes, but in this case, you can actually say all habitat forming benthic species rather than fish species. Do you want me to make that difference?
No, I just wanted to know if that was a thick arrow considered very high. I don't if you're talking about lionfish and coral disease, I don't think there's been any clear implications that lionfish increase coral disease. That's all. That was my point.
That would have a medium right now, going from invasive species to coral disease. You can make it lower and make it into a low.
I mean, I guess I would make it more moderate, a medium, because we don't really know. There's no proof. I mean, relative to water quality, which is very high.
Okay, so adjust water quality to high and keep dredging and invasive species to medium. Okay, Liahai, we don't have to do it now. Miguel said that we can move on and change it later. So for the record, water quality, it's high, but invasive species and dredging in regards to coral disease are medium. Okay?
Can we go to the next?
Okay. Go to natural disaster response. Okay, see what comes out of there. Okay, we need to open it up. Up. Okay, so let's start with that one. So natural disaster response goes to strong hurricanes and storms. So in this case, the lack of response from the government is causing a negative impact.
Correct.
Okay, so let's see how, I think I'm going to read this for the record rather than trying to fix it here. So natural disaster response going into sargassum, again, the lack of response and planning, it's creating a problem that will be eventually tied in to the socioeconomics, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so those are the two things that we had in the presentation. Let me take a look at the slide.
But the other thing, Graciela, is that the group mentioned that that's a very important issue. So it should be addressed as high in this case. And then for the record, you already stated what are the boxes. So
okay.
I believe the conclusion of the group is that those are the boxes and they are high priority for them.
Okay. So let's move on to land-based sources of pollution. From land-based sources of pollution, you have that going to, okay, so the new connections are to runoff and pesticides. Let's see if it's coming into land sources. There we go. Coastal, okay, so here you have all of the things that are coming into land-based sources of pollution. So you have the coastal runoff, oil disposal, derelict vessels. That one you don't have in the discussion that you had today. And lost gear. Okay, so we have to do away with lost gear and derelict vessels. And look for sediment and pesticides. And in this case,
You know you have the wrong, that's why you went over.
okay, there we go. And landfills goes to land-based process of solution. That also goes in there. Okay. And I think that's it. And enforcement that we have already. Okay. So can you point to the things that are going into land? Okay. So you have discussed in relation to land-based sources of pollution, landfills, pesticides, oil disposal, coastal runoff, and law enforcement. So the lack of law enforcement is the one that is creating the issues with the land-based sources of pollution. You have already included in your discussion a high priority for law enforcement, for coastal runoff, oil disposal. So you still need to tell me about landfills and pesticides. Are these
Do you think,
huge
the question
culprits?
is, what do you think that those are high, medium, or low connections?
He's asking about pesticides,
And landfill.
landfills.
I think those should be medium. I think coastal runoff stays a high priority.
So would I also do that for coastal runoff and oil spills? Oil
No,
disposal?
coastal runoff should be a high priority.
Okay.
I think you in the slide earlier about non-point source pollution, that should be a high priority.
I got drinks. Yeah, you guys want to get Gatorade or
And the landfill is medium. The Roundup pesticides,
That one,
that,
they just said that it was low. Do you agree with
that's
that?
low. Yes.
Okay. So we have low for pesticides and landfill, but high for oil disposal and coastal runoff. And then definitely law enforcement, correct?
That summarizes the discussion this morning.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So, you know, we're just showing you all the connections that you've made and making sure that they are following your advice. So we move on to essential fish habitat. Okay, so the other way around.
While they're looking for this, my hats off to Lehigh and Graciela. Working with this model is very difficult, and they make it look as easy. But really would like to, for the record, recognize Lehigh's work and Graciela's of this. So go ahead, Graciela.
Okay, so for essential fish, thank you, Miguel. The other way around, what's coming into essential fish habitat, there should be coral reefs and mangroves and seagrasses. So go to the left-hand side and click on only lines from or to. Okay, so this is one. We only had those two connections for essential fish habitat.
So this box, this is Lehigh for the record. Essential fish habitat was not placed there before, so I just wrote this component in this model, and was missing the connection between coral diseases and essential fish habitats, as well as the others discussed, because I was trying to reorganize the component. So if you could address the direction that they're heading. Hello?
But did they have habitat before, Yahai?
They did not have this written in the model before. So I just added these essential fish habitats today, so no.
Okay, so you have coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass, invasive halophila, and sargassum. So in terms of essential fish habitat, most of the impact will come from the other items that you have in the list. Now, what we need to know is how impacted are these essential fish habitats by the other items that you have, such as lack of enforcement, land-based sources of pollution, and that's where the connections to EFH comes in.
From the discussion today, the group believes that lack of enforcement is a high issue, it's a high priority, and also whatever is coming from runoff that is affecting especially the close to shore essential fish habitats such as seagrass bed, mangrove areas, and so forth.
Okay, and from the discussion that you had earlier regarding nursery grounds for of the invasive species, if they are part of that recruitment already, then they are considered essential fish habitat. Okay, so this is one, and I'm going to say that probably this one needs to be worked on a little bit more. So probably would be best to move to the other ones first. The other one would be fisheries management. So for that, can we go to the fisheries, the model with the fisheries component only? Okay. So I think that this one is pretty much complete in that sense. So what we're missing here, it's the actual strengths of these connections. So you see now that you have fisheries management on the right-hand side, and you have all the inputs into fisheries management.
Can you read them for the record, Graciela?
Okay, so from fisheries management, you have the DPNR, enforcement, the Fishery Advisory Committee, the District Advisory Panels, the CFMC, the SSC, the Scientific and Statistical Committee, NOAA Fisheries, DFW, the Division of Fish and Wildlife. You have Fisheries Department sampling, Fisheries Independent sampling, University of the Virgin Islands, and data collection. Okay, that all those boxes that I just read feed into fisheries per se. So these are the connections. These are the groups of agencies that are the regulatory agencies of fisheries.
So the question is whether the group believe that all these connections are high, medium, or low. And probably the question around the table will be, do you think that all these connections are high, or do you think that any of these are considered low? For example, the local government and federal government should be high because those are the ones who promulgate the regulations that affect the fisheries, the habitat, and so forth. And that's the open question that we have for you at this time.
I think all the arrows to all those agencies should be high. They're the policymakers.
Yes,
Said.
Yes, I believe that as well. All of them high.
Okay, so while Yahai is doing that, one thing that we mentioned during the discussion was that there are other agencies outside the ones that regulate fisheries that have regulations on fishing. For example, the Department of Interior with the monument areas, the U.S. Coast Guard, etc. Do you think that they should be included within this fishery management or under law enforcement agencies?
Graciela, in the case of the Department of Interior, should be connected as the same level of NOAA. Especially you mentioned the monuments and the national parks and all that, and they should be considered at the same level.
Okay, so Miguel, following your advice, we should just, where it says NOAA Fishery / DOC, then have another box that says DOI, because they do.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Remember that DOI is member of the council. They don't
Yes.
attend meetings, but they are a member by law. We have Department of Commerce, Department of State, and Department of Interior. Those three departments are members of the Commerce, you know. And the arrow should be high.
And it should go DOI to Fisheries Management directly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else you need from the group at this time, Graciela, on this topic?
But I think we want to finish with the 11 items first.
We got Nicole Angeli asking for a turn to speak. Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Nicole Angeli. I just wanted to be clear on the different divisions of DPNR in this chart. So DPNR has 11 divisions. One of those is environmental enforcement. Another is the Division of Fish and Wildlife. And so we're all under the same umbrella. We have an umbrella type government. So I was wondering if you wanted those specific agencies, for example, enforcement and DFW, to be separate because they have stronger connections. And if so, if you could just denote that as DPNR DFW, DPNR enforcement, and then we can have the other divisions on their own. But I'm not sure what the intent was with having them separate. So any clarification would be appreciated.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Miguel, go ahead.
What Dr. Angeli is mentioning is very important. We can have the boxes here under the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and not now, but later she can add the specific names of those agencies, because it's very important for the next meeting that you're talking about to invite these agencies and within departments and the departments that are not mentioned here. So my advice will be, if Graciela can do it, she can have, not now, but under the box of DPNR, we can add Division of Fish and Wildlife and the others. The reason why the Division of Fish and Wildlife is there is because it's the one that have direct responsibility for fisheries, threatened and endangered species, and so forth. They have the Piedmont, the Wallet Brow, and other projects that have impact on recreation and fisheries. But I believe that if we follow what Dr. Angeli is saying, Graciela can add those boxes under the umbrella of the PNR. And we will do the same in Puerto Rico, by the way, when we get to the Puerto Rico meeting, DAP Puerto Rico. So, Graciela, do you think that you have notes enough to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
And we will request from Nicole, if we could actually have the point of contact for those offices, would be great.
Yeah, we have when we finish, Angeli and I were talking with and Ruth and Julian, and we are gonna sit down and plan for the next meeting in October, and we will make sure that we get the points of contact so we can invite these people.
Okay, so moving on with the presentation that we had today, we had coastal management. I was in mute. Okay. So coastal management goes to, let's see. I need to move this out of here. Okay, so coastal management, Liahai, the ones that we just discussed today. So regulation and government, wastewater management, sewage, and socioecon.
Okay, for a second, and for the record, Julian, you have the authority to extend the meeting half an hour. So you have to say that for the record so we can finish. So do you agree to extend the meeting another half hour until 12:30?
Yes, we can go until 12:30.
Thank you. Okay, so moving along, coastal management to regulation and government, wastewater management, sewage, and socioecon. Are these high, medium, or low? From your discussion today, coastal management and regulations and government appear to be, high on the list of priorities.
Aye.
So no opposition to declare this all high priorities from the group. If not, we can go ahead to the next one.
Okay. Please note that we will make sure that we have everything that you've mentioned today ready for you for the next meeting. And I think we're missing, we might be done. Hold on a second, please. I think we're missing so management, heritage, and culture, because this one, okay, there we go. So things coming into and going out of. Okay, so this is one that we would have to do a little bit more work because you've mentioned that it influences all aspects of life in St. Thomas, St. John. So we've included the in the text, the fishing is part of our culture and the influence on everything else, but specifically in this case, in the socioecon via the market. So livelihood and culture, socioeconomic, and all aspects of life.
All of them are high.
Okay.
Yep.
And with
I
this one,
agree.
yeah. So this is this goes definitely into a new realm. So this might have to be pulled out of the as a separate submodel. But we have it. We have captured what you just said. We've done natural disaster. So large vessel impacts. I think that might be the last one. No, we have one more.
I said it's high.
Okay, let's see. We're cleaning. So anything that comes into exactly. Okay, so you have ballast water, sewage, anchoring, moorings, cruise ship sedimentation, trash disposal, and coral disease.
For the group, you mentioned that all of them are high, except there was a linkage between coral disease and the large vessel that was not clear. And perhaps this is the time to clear this up.
Okay, so as Miguel said, do you want that connection that you had made previously between large vessel impacts and coral disease to be a low or
medium or high?
I believe it should be high because of all those things, because of the sediment plumes they create, because of the waste that is disposed by big, large ships, because of ballast water. I think those are all aspects of big parts of large ships, and they're highly related to coral disease.
but do you want it to be a connection directly from large vessel impacts to coral disease, or you want large vessel impact through ballast and anchoring and moorings into coral disease?
I would say through
Yeah.
everything and then end the coral disease.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
How do you guys feel about that?
I agree.
Okay, so we'll fix those arrows and they will go from large vessel impacts to each of the items that we've mentioned: ballast, sewage, anchoring, moorings, sediment, and trash disposal into coral disease, okay?
Yeah.
But
Yes.
here, I have a comment. But large vessel impacts don't just necessarily affect or create coral disease. It has its own set of impacts separate and apart from coral disease on the ecosystem. So I don't believe they all should go toward coral disease. I think the way it is fine, but every arrow needs to be a high priority.
Yes, and that's what I meant when I said they should all be connected as high. The arrow going from large vessels to coral disease, and then the arrows going from large vessels to ballast, anchoring, mooring, cruise ship, trash, sewage, those should all be high. Leave it just how it is, but turn all the arrows into high arrows.
That I agree with.
Am I correct, everyone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay,
I'll say.
so we'll take care of that. And I think, okay, so socioeconomic impacts is the last slide that we have. And from our slides, we've picked on, give me a second here. So socioeconomic goes into tourism. So instead of, it's not only tourist visitors, but it's tourism in general that goes into the economy. Okay, so go back to socioecon. And we had market driven. Can you go? Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so there we go. And what do you think about these connections of the socioeconomic impacts? So socioecon to fishers and to tourism and to economy. So economy shouldn't be under tourism, but it should be. Do you want economy to be directly related to tourism or to the socioeconomic main box? The way that it's set up now, it goes from socioeconomic to tourism to economy.
I think it should be separate.
Okay.
Any other suggestions from the group?
I agree. It should have its own arrow going to socioeconomic impacts.
Okay. And again, in terms of the one thing that we don't have here would be the big changes from 2017 to 2020. But I think that they should be covered under what we just talked about: economy and tourism and fisher economy, correct?
We also need to add
Yes.
the local tourism and local.
Okay, do you want tourism and local in the same category, or you want to separate them?
No, it could be in the same category.
Okay. Okay, so anything specific for those?
And I think all those arrows need to be high.
Okay.
So, Graciela, this finishes the exercise of today.
Yes, we'll have to do a big cleanup of the slides that you've seen to date, but they will reflect everything that you've talked about.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, a couple of things before we finish. Number
Yes.
one, the reason why the council is doing this is for action. You know, we have all these arrows, these boxes here, but at the end of the day, during this process, we need to, in 2021 especially, and the rest of the years and ahead of us, we need to have some action here. And that's why we believe that we should have a special meeting of the DAP and invite the agencies and programs that local, especially that we mentioned. I propose that to have a meeting of, let's say, 2 hours, because at this meeting we are just going to present the report of what you have done today. So we don't have to go one by one as we have done today, but we would like to present this report to this group of interagency people to see the reaction to each one of the conclusions that you have here. The meeting could be 2 hours, 3 hours. It's up to you. You have to tell me now. I propose that the same thing that we did before. Ruth, Julian, we can have a Zoom meeting to go over the agenda. The agenda of virtual meetings is very easy to do. What we need to do before that meeting is to make sure that everybody received the information today that we discussed today. So we can send a letter with an email on both. And then in the letter, you have the invitation to a meeting, time and date, and a presentation as a record of the PowerPoint presentations that Graciela made today. So everybody will have an idea when, the time and date, and also the topics that will be discussed at that meeting. We have open the week of October the 1st. It could be October 1 or October the 5th. And I need to ask you whether you think there will be something that we can do in 2 hours, 10 to 12, or do you think that should be 9 to 12? Mr. Chairman, maybe we can open that the next 15 minutes, see what is the preference of the group for this special meeting.
Well, first off, I think the meeting, we should not set a time limit to 2 hours because you see the length of time that we spent on giving this presentation to this group, and if the attendees have questions, we don't want to limit them. We want to allow them to be able to voice any opinions or suggestions that they had. So, you know, the meeting can always finish early, but limiting the meeting to 2 hours, you know, I think it might not be enough time.
Okay,
As
so
far as it being the first week of October, my fishers here with me are telling me that the second week of October would work better instead of the first week. So I don't know how that works out on your calendar.
no, it works. It works. I have the 6, 7, or 8. Which one is the preferred option?
The 7th is fine.
7 of October.
Yes.
And then, if following your statement, it should be from 9 to 12, same as this one, with the chair having the discretion of expanding it to another half hour if needed.
Yes. I think that would work good. And because of how the government agencies operate, we need to get them this correspondence, this request of their participation out as soon as possible so they can get it on their calendars.
Yeah, I propose that with this, I thought we don't need a special other meeting. I mean, I don't need to meet with you again. So what I will do, if you all agree, I will mark your calendar to everybody, October 7 from 9 to 12 noon, and that will be sent to the people that Angeli mentioned and any other agency. I will reach out to Ruth later to look about information on the agencies that we should contact. Graciela asked for contact points for the agencies within the Department of Natural Planning and Natural Resources, so we can contact them directly. I believe that a letter will be drafted. If we follow the SOPs, I have to sign the letter to these people, and I will send copies to the chair, Julian, and actually to the whole group. But I believe in this case, if we send this letter with following up with the email, I'm sure that we want to make sure that they receive the information. It will, even though it's a special session, I have to announce it in the Federal Register, so I will include an announcement in the newspaper. Virgin Island newspapers, the daily news, I believe, is the appropriate one, just to make sure that everything is advertised. And to put it bluntly, I don't want to see any more excuses for not coming to this meeting. If you don't come to this meeting, it's because either you are blind or deaf. So I will send this to all the people of concern. To summarize, Mr. Chairman, then the Graciela and Lehigh will publish this document. It will be sent to all. I will use it for the invitation for the October 7, 9 to 12 GoToMeeting virtual meeting. That's all I have at this time.
Anyone has any other comments they would like to make?
So while we were having the discussion, I went back through and took a look at the list of names that I did in August of 2019, a list of all the people that we wanted to invite to be a part of this model. So I do have the list of names. I have the addresses. I can resend it to Miguel or to Julian or both. You just tell me what you want me to do, but I did find the names and addresses that we had the last time.
Please send it to me and a copy to Julian, and if we have, we can contact them to make sure that we have the email addresses, because this is all virtual and it's very difficult to do it otherwise. Thank you, Ruth.
No problem.
Thank you, Ruth.
Anything else? If not, we're going to close the meeting.
Yeah, I lost you there for a minute, Miguel. Hello?
I think, hello,
Hello,
Julian.
I'm here.
Okay,
Yes, okay, now we're back. Okay.
okay.
So I think the next on the agenda is a lunch break. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
So it's now 12:20. So what are we gonna say? We're gonna be back here for 1 o'clock, or is that not enough time for everyone?
It's up to you. You can have 12:20 to 1:20.
I would say let's 1:15.
Okay, 1:15.
So we break now for lunch and we come back on for 1:15.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you guys.
Buen provecho. Bon appetit. Bye. Miguel, lo voy a poner en pause. O tú lo pones en pause. Miguel.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I need to talk to Lehigh and Graciela on the phone, so I will see each other.
I could get up and take off if I want.
All right. Good afternoon. We are back. It's 1:15.
Good afternoon.
Everybody's ready to rock and roll?
Yes, sir.
A little pen in the cap.
Are we ready to start, Miguel?
No, still eating hamburger.
Hello.
Still eating hamburger.
We
Hello,
are
let's
ready.
see.
Hello, we're ready.
Yes. Are we ready?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah,
Afternoon,
hi.
Matthew.
Yeah, hi.
Yes,
¿Tú
I'm
tienes
here.
te llegó lo que le mandé por email?
Sí,
A ver si lo puedes proyectar en tu screen, porque el mío se frizó.
el highlighted, ¿verdad?
Ujú.
Okay. Por ahí va. ¿Lo ves?
Right.
Mr. Chair, can you see it?
Can you see it, the
On
screen?
the screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
Today says the executive.
Okay, can we start, Julian?
Yes, it's 1:17 and the meeting is resumed. And right now on the agenda, we will be discussing the executive order 13921 issued on May 7, 2020. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you have on the screen, Yahai is projecting is Executive Order 13921. And as you know, that's Executive Order to promote American seafood competition for competitiveness and economic growth. The Executive Order is quite long. However, the part that really is of concern to all the council is Section 4. And Section 4, it says removing barriers to American fishing. The Secretary of Commerce shall request each regional fishery management council to submit within 180 days, which is from May 7, 2020 to November, a prioritized list of recommended action to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and to increase production within sustainable fisheries, including a proposal for initiating each recommended action within 1 year of the date of this order. So it would be for May 7, 2021, that they envision this order would implement recommendations coming from the different agencies. The other item is recommended action may include changes to regulations, orders, guidance documents, other similar agency actions. This includes the fishery, the socioeconomy, the administration, and the science. Recommendations shall be consistent with the requirement of the Madison-Stevens Fishery Management Act, Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection, and other applicable laws and regulations. Consistent with Section 302F of the Madison-Stevens Act,
And within existing appropriation, the Secretary of Commerce shall provide administrative and technical support to the Regional Fisheries Management Council to carry out this subsection. In other words, it is expected that in 2021, we may have additional funds to implement any of the approved actions coming out of this executive order. The last two paragraphs, the Secretary shall review as appropriate and to the extent permitted by law of the Department of Commerce contribution to the unified regulatory agenda based on the evaluation of list received pursuant to section of this action. This on a unified regulatory agenda, what it means that throughout the United States, you have a bunch of regulations, sometimes from one agency to another, Department of Interior, Department of National Fisheries Service, they may have the same type of regulation. So the idea is to unify them and make it simpler for the public to follow. And the last paragraph on this section, the assistant to the President for Economic Policy, assistant for the President for the Domestic Policy, and the Chair of the Council on Environmental Quality report evaluating recommendations describing section A of this section and describing any actions taken to implement those recommendations. This report shall be updated annually for the following 2 years. So it is expected that 2021, 2022, and maybe 2023, because these are fiscal years, may have an impact based on this order. Can you move it to the topics to consider? Okay, from a little bit more. Okay, from 1 to 8, these topics were the one who our liaison officer between Congress, Senate, and the councils was able to summarize from interviews with people in the industry, governance, people like National Fisheries Service, etc. They came, and I'm reading this for the record, especially for those people on the phone. Number one, and these are topics to consider nationwide. We need to tailor these topics to the U.S. Caribbean, to realities of the U.S. Caribbean. But marketing of underutilized species and webinar on how to cook them. By coincidence, the Caribbean Council is already doing that. We started 2 years ago, and now we're working on a recipe book that will incorporate St. Thomas and Jones, St. Croix, and Puerto Rico ways of cooking the species of fish that we consider underutilized. Incentives to companies to do secondary processing in the U.S. This does not apply to the U.S. Caribbean because we really do not have secondary processing. That's when you have factory vessels, you have facilities on land that package the different seafood commodities in different ways. And that's what they call secondary. Changes to guest worker programs to give seafood processors more certainty. Again, that's mostly in other areas. Clarify and simplify regulation for seafood business to do more e-trade business. That's important, especially under the COVID. We have a lot of people reinvented themselves, and they're using social networks and other electronics to do their business. So this is important that we discuss it. Creating incentives to keep shore-side infrastructure and working waterfronts. This is something related to docks, infrastructure facilities for the coolers that you need for your products, places that you use for selling the fish or preparing the fish, etc. If you go to Frenchtown, you have a very good example of a facility that is addressed in number 5 here. Incentive for upgrading, replacing older fishing vessels. Those vessels who they're talking about here are large vessels. However, we may have some vessels in the U.S. Caribbean that they may need some help for replacing engines and so forth. So use this as you see fit. Recruiting young fishermen. Funny that they mentioned this now when Ruth, Julian, and I, and Carlo Facchetti were talking about this. And we have a project to recruit young fishermen. And this varies from area to area in the United States.
in the U.S. Caribbean. It also varies from island area. What is needed in St. Croix, for example, versus what's needed in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and just might be different. But this is a key issue that we need to go back and address. Approving cheaper and more user-friendly technology. This electronic monitoring is not applicable here. It's mostly for investors, but electronic recording it is. And already Puerto Rico started this project, and I believe this should be extended to the U.S. Virgin Islands in the near future. The only person that submitted, and I sent this to all mail and mentioned in the council, but so far the only person has submitted some suggestions tailoring the above 8 into the U.S. Caribbean is Marcos. And for the record, he said new boat ramps and parking improve access to the fishing grounds. It goes with what we discussed before. Number 2, develop regional fishery support facilities equally distributed around the island or based on the major landing sites, maybe in collaboration with municipalities. In the case of Puerto Rico, some municipalities own or are the managers of the shore facilities. And if the monies are available, they are the entity that will apply for this funding. In the case of St. Thomas and John, is a little bit different. So you may have a joint venture between the private sector and the local government sector to work on this one. Should include fish storage, ice production, processing table, etc. Facilities must include solar panel, auxiliary energy source, water storage, alternative communication methods, internet satellite antennas, and appropriate radio communication. This will support and add resiliency to the fishing community, also support the associate members. It is important, and I'm not saying that you add or, I mean, you can support what Marcos says here, but I would like to hear from each one of you on your ideas. The number 2 here is important because, as you know, with the storms and everything, the resiliency is an important concept that we need to keep in mind the U.S. Caribbean. For that matter, the southeast of the United States and Hawaii. Small processing table or unit to distribute around the fishing villages to improve quality and potentially expand buyers. Promote educational programs to young people on virtual marketing, other seafood uses, improve quality, etc. Add and fill the technology gap that affect our fishing community. And number 5, educational program to create and explore different uses of or new sustainable species like deep water squid, swordfish, etc. Include local universities and fishing organizations. Yeah, is that it? Yep, that's it. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, what we would like to go and do is to first go to the tops considered a suggestion, number 1 to number 8, and then see if the DAP, St. Thomas and John, the members have some ideas here that you would like to convey to the council. The next step is after this week is that Marcos has to prepare a letter addressed to Chris Oliver, the National Marine Fisheries Service Director, to incorporate all these topics and suggestions into a table that they prepare for us to submit the comments. The way that Dave Whaley, our liaison officer, told us between Congress and Senate, told us is throw everything against the wall and whatever sticks will help the community. On the positive side, this is an opportunity for us to have something to add to the discussion. On the negative side, there are some people already sending documents to the internet stating that this EO promote and help high rollers, big industry, big fishers, in detriment to the smaller fishers. So whether that's true or not, that's up to other people to justify, but or discuss. But in our neck of the woods, we are considered smaller entities. So we would like to really cry out what our needs are. So I'd be happy if they consider 3 or 4 of the ones that we have. But I believe that this is a good opportunity, and we can concentrate on, let's say, shoreline facilities, both repairing or replacing, and regulations. If you think that there are too many regulations, if you think that there are agencies that do not talk to each other and affect the fishery in any way, this is the time. So this is it, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to hear from the group through the chairs any comments you may have. And also, if you see any of these comments from that are on the screen that you want to adopt as yours or modify somehow, then this is the time. And if you, after this meeting, have any other thoughts, you can send me an email between here and September 15th, so we can incorporate your comments into the communication that Marcos is going to send to Chris Oliver. If you have any question, this is the time.
All right, thank you for the presentation. So I hope everyone is listening and can see what's going on. And this is your opportunity to speak on the topics to consider. So at this time, I will open up to whoever wants to be the first speaker to discuss what you would like to see. Winston, would you like to be the first one to go?
I would say incentives with everything getting more expensive every day for the fishermen. That includes docking and all them stuff and fuel and all that. If there's an opportunity there for the St. Thomas fishermen to get a dock built somewhere in the by the mangrove or buy a existing dock that's there already would be a big help to a lot of the fishermen who have to pay high prices to dock the boat.
Thank you,
That
Winston.
line, Mr. Chairman, that line will be, sorry for the garbage truck, it's right in front of my house. That the line will be to allocate funds to develop docks for commercial fishers.
Yeah, so I think what he's looking at is where the guys, the big hitters, dock right now. They pay a large fee for docking their boats, and they looking for a dock in which they can all use to dock their boats, where it would be helping them to promote their businesses, which I think is the whole reason behind of this executive order.
Okay.
Daryl, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to see like a fish house at where we sell at Fort Miller now. Right now we're selling out on the road, and that's for St. Thomas. That's probably the biggest fish selling spot right now, and we actually in the middle of the road, so it gets complicated when the customers pull up. It's out of block traffic, and there are people who have businesses inside, so the road's always blocked up, so it's creating a problem.
That will be
Also,
a fish house that people can go to. Fishermen will sell their catches there, and rather than selling on the side of the road. That
yes,
okay.
A fish house where they can buy the fish and get their fish
but
clean
be off the road.
off the road.
But next,
Yeah,
Yeah, that goes into the processing facilities, and I will add a phrase to that. So, fish how to sell catches, including a processing of the fish that are landed.
All right, Colin, would you like to say something? You'll just be repeating what said that you go along with what's been said. How about you, Gregory?
I like the diesel price or the gas price drop for fishermen. Have a better price for us. That's it.
So better prices in the supplies that are needed to keep our businesses running. So right now the prices are up. In St. Croix, the officials get a discount on their fuel, but here in St. Thomas, St. John, we don't get that discount in buying the fuel. Also, there's always the issue of ice and storage space, so that's also an issue.
Uh, the executive order concentrates on federal actions that can be taken, but we also can have some of these ideas and send a communication to the appropriate organizations in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. In the case of Puerto Rico, fishermen have a 10% discount diesel if you show your commercial fishing license updated on to date. In the case of the federal government, I don't know whether they can do this, but as they Whaley said, let's throw everything against the wall and see what sticks. But in this case, we can identify two possibilities to include this here. And also, Julian, we can set aside some time to write a letter to the appropriate entities in the U.S. Virgin Islands to take this in consideration.
Well, then, since we're looking at it from the federal side, then there are two great opportunities for us, and one of them would be to lift the Coral Reef Monument south of St. John, to have that monument lifted, since it was put in place as an executive order to write off the Hurricane Hugo debt for the U.S. Virgin Islands, and no studies were done, and the fishermen took a great impact in that coral reef monument being put into place. So that's something federal that really needs to be looked into. And then another set of items would be removing the seasonal closures and deep water snappers, and removing the seasonal closures on the lane and mutton snappers for St. Thomas, St. John.
Okay, can you repeat that again, Julian? Remove
seasonal
closure for?
Remove the seasonal closure on all the snappers, because there's two different units of snappers that are protected at two different times of the year. You got the deep water snappers, and you have the lane and mutton snapper closures,
Okay.
and those snappers.
Okay, is this is done, I have to go through the island-based FMP amendment, and I will make a note on this right now.
Elizabeth, do you have anything you would like to put forward? Ru Gomez?
I'm here. I'm actually reading the executive order on my phone, trying to get a better understanding. So just bear with me. I'll get back to you.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Matthew Laban? Gilbert Laban?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm doing the same thing, trying to go over the executive order myself. You know, 'cause I think there's a lot in here that I just want to take a little bit more time before I respond. But if I don't respond today, I'll definitely send an email to the group.
Thank you, Mr. Laban. Lance? Are you there, Lance? All right, I guess he hasn't come back as yet.
So, Mr. Julian, I have a couple questions.
All right, you go right ahead.
The first paragraph, section 4 of this executive order states, the Secretary of Commerce requests comment. And comment is in the form of a prioritized list of recommended actions to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and to increase production, right, within a sustainable fishery. And then the second paragraph is recommended actions include changes to regulations, orders, guidance documents, or other similar agency actions. So I guess my question to all the fishers that are on this call is, what would be your priority, right, in order to effectively achieve, right, a reduced burden on domestic fishing and to increase production? What would you do, what would like to see happen to increase production, right, and reduce the burden on the fishery? Because I'm thinking, sitting here going, we have a fish shop reduction plan, we have all these seasonal closures, and I think we've we've committed ourselves to a 33% reduction, right, based on historical interaction, right, with NOAA. So what more is there else that you guys can do? And the first thing that comes to my mind is your regulations. All those other things about dockage and infrastructure and all of that, yes, I think they're great ideas. But the biggest burden I always hear you guys talk about are all these regulations that you're subjected to. So my recommendation to you guys would be to take a look at all the regulations that you have, right, that restrict your ability to increase your production, and with good common sense and good rationale, right, you take them apart one by one. That's my suggestion, right? You're not going to get everything you want, but it's like Miguel said, you throw everything against the wall and you see what sticks. And you guys constantly cry about how much regulation you're subjected to. So my thing, that would be my priority, or my recommended priority for you guys. All these regulations that you can either do away with or you can modify, because I think this is your one and only time in a long time you'll get the opportunity to even have that kind of opportunity. That's my thing.
And I think those are some very encouraging words, great comments. And I think in order for us to do that, we would have to have a small meeting amongst ourselves after this meeting to come up with a written document to submit um, to the council and what recommendations we would like, prioritizing from most important to least important, and submit it for consideration. Is that how it's done, Miguel, correctly?
Yes, actually, that's an excellent suggestion. Also, you may concentrate on the larger picture, which is what they're looking at. One of the things that they mention in other countries is that when you go out as a fisherman, you are regulated by the Coast Guard, the National Marine Fisheries Service, in some cases, the Department of Interior, if you are within a bay, and customs, the police, etc. And sometimes you are intervened outside your dock by 2 or 3 different agencies. So in some cases, what they are looking at is a harmonization of procedures by different agencies to board fishing vessels, and to also unify the regulations for those fishing vessels going under a U.S. flag fishing. So that's one concept, just for you to think, that could be included there. Also, you have regulations that you might not be able to change, but you can you can bring to the discussion in your document that you're going to prepare to the council and to the National Fisheries Service, all those regulations that you think should be re-examined. In the case of the monument, it will be up the hill to move any of the monuments, but just to let you know what other peoples are doing. In the case of the Hawaiian Islands, they declare a monument a huge region in the area of jurisdiction of the Western Pacific Council. And what they are trying to do, they have been trying to do for many years, is to allow the management of those areas by the MSA, by the Management Stevens Act and the councils, and to allow fishing within those areas that are not capable of damaging whatever you are protecting with those resources. If you have, for example, and the other thing they're doing is they are asking for evaluation of those areas, because in many cases you close an area forever, nobody knows what's going on inside, etc. And we are discussing that in the council. Actually, Julian himself was the one who proposed it, so we are going to be discussing that aspect of the closed areas, which is the monitoring and assessment of what's going on, what have been the impact. So yes, those things should be included. Question for you: the incentive to keep shoreside infrastructure and working waterfront, I guess that Winston was talking about allocating for the dock, and Daryl was talking about fish house, to have a fish house. And I believe in your document you should spread those points and add the rationale that you can send to us. In some cases, usually what we do is just we copy paste what the fishers tell us and send it. In order, we have to put it in the context of the table that we have. So so far we are doing well.
Okay. Looking for more suggestions. Anybody got more suggestions?
I have two questions.
Go ahead, Ruth.
Miguel, when is the deadline for comments?
We have each council have to set a deadline no later than September 30, so we can prepare the document and send it to Chris Oliver. They will have the whole month of October to have a back and forth with the council. So I believe that all of you will have until September 30 to send the comments to us. We were thinking about September 15, but whatever is happening now, I don't know. I cannot bet on September 15. So let's say that September 30 is our deadline to receive your comments in writing, and also to prepare a summary for Marcos of these 3 days that we are going to meet discussing the EO 13291.
So
the
then,
question then to Ruth is, do you think that September 30 is a good time for enough time for?
Before I answer that, my next question is, can liaison funds be used to pay DFW staff to assist the fishermen with preparing this document? And the other part of that question is, can they also use the go-to meeting option through the council to get all the fishermen on one call in order to facilitate the creation of this response? So that's a two-part.
Yes, yes to the two, but of course you have to ask Dr. Angeli for permission to do that. It will depend on the timing of the staff. But we already bought a GoToMeeting account using Liaison for the US Virgin Islands, and that's available for all activities related to the fisheries. They use it, the first time they use it after Julian was present was for the Fishery Advisory Committee meeting of St. Croix, and it was a success story. So they have it and they can use it. If not, you can use ours. And if there are no federal employees involved, we can even use Zoom, which is easier to work with. But I believe that people are accustomed to go to meeting now, so yes to both questions, but it depends on Dr. Angeli's
Well,
answer in terms of the workload that her staff has.
well, Dr. Angeli is on the call right now. So, Nicole?
The GoToMeeting is certainly available for meetings. You just need to let us know and we can set it up.
So will you allow the staff to assist with helping the fishers to create the response to the request?
We're actually creating our own response to send from the department. So as far as having them at this time create or work with the DAP, I don't think that would be the best use of their time.
No, what I'm asking is for liaison funds to be paid just to have Fish and Wildlife staff help the fishermen create their own response to this request. I understand the department has its own response to it, but just helping facilitate and getting these gentlemen to get a response, considering it does affect their livelihood directly.
That's something I can talk to my boss about and then get back to everyone.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
And Ruth, if we have difficulties with that, we are willing to help you any way we can. You know, the council can also help assist the fishers. We can have a GoToMeeting with the local government, the GoToMeeting account, or we can have the GoToMeeting with us, and Diana and I can help you with drafting the letter, because the letter is you have to come to that meeting with your ideas already written somewhere. So it will be a matter of doing a formatting of the letter, formatting of the document, and then we can prepare a draft that will be shared by the council or the local government to all of you. Make sure that we capture the ideas that presented by the fishers.
Okay, that's a conversation you and Julian and I can have at another time, since the government, the VI government, may have issues with assisting the fishermen. So we can talk about it. Thank you for offering your staff and resources in order to get this very important response done.
Okay, just call us.
I will.
Okay. We understand we understand that everybody have a workload that is heavy, but the council is committed to assist the chair to send this to Dr. Oliver, and he himself said that the councils could provide assistance to any community that may need help in the documentation of their different suggestions. And it looks easy, but it's not. Sometimes when you have this document sent to Washington, you need to assume that nobody knows that you exist. You need to assume that they don't know what you're talking about. That means that all the documents had to be to the point and specific enough for anybody to make sense out of it. For example, you can say, well, the St. Thomas and John, we need 3 docks. We need 2 fishing houses, and this is as much as it will cost. And this is our top priority. We also can say there are too many regulations that go over each other. The fishers need to have a uniform set of regulations that will make our life better for producing seafood for the benefits of the nation. They all call it the overall benefits to the nation. Those are the kind of things that we can discuss, Ruth and Julian, in our Zoom meeting, so we can prepare the ground rules, and also we can prepare sort of an outline for the documents that you would like to prepare and send to the council.
Okay, anybody else have some more comments they want to weigh in? If not, Miguel, we will be contacting
Mis-
you. Yes, go ahead, Graciela.
Mr. Chair, yes, if I may, there are a couple of other ideas that have come up, and one of them has to do with the and I don't know how this would fit in, but aquaculture of, for example, scallops. There is a project at the University of the Virgin Islands looking at that. There is also aquaculture for sea urchins to replenish the reefs, and they can also be used for food. Same thing with cucumbers and coral. And also there is a hatchery facility in Puerto Rico for queen conch. So aquaculture in general or mariculture might be one other thing that you might want to consider. And that would, of course, provide for jobs and for a seafood availability and improve commerce. For example, the other thing that that had been talked about was spiny lobster and the export of spiny lobsters. So having a facility to grow out facility and things like that. So aquaculture, mariculture might be one other issue to consider. And
What's
one last thing that
that?
it's
Go
in.
ahead. Go ahead, Graciela.
Okay, so one other thing is the fishers actually conducting research, since you're talking about the evaluation, for example, of areas that are closed and have been closed for a very long period of time. There are technologies today, ROVs, AUVs, so fishers in conjunction with or in collaboration with either scientists from local universities or from experts in different fields might be one other thing that needs also to be included as part of the evaluation of these management measures, especially when it deals with areas that are closed.
Yes, and I
Okay.
and to that last comment that you made, you see, a lot of times regulations are looked at in a manner of which they're supposed to make, let's use coral as one example, more healthy, and let's use fish as the next one. Next one, make the stock increase. And it clearly stated in the SFA, Sustainable Fisheries Act, that sometimes these seasonal closures do more damage than good to a fishery. And that's the concern that we are having, especially with some of them being closed for 15 years, now going to 16 years. So, with no studies being done, are we actually killing the fishery, or are we actually helping the fishery? And then, an example with a coral reef monument off of St. John, it was stated by the national park that the coral outside of the monument was more healthy than the coral inside. So, that's another situation where that management was not done correctly and is causing more of an impact to the corals on the inside. And maybe due to the fact of that is they're not being interacted by us humans or whatever else they need to be interacted with. So, sometimes we put so many rules and stuff in place, and they actually turn out to be negative instead of positive. So we will write our response to make sure that we get the message across the board. Anyone else has some comments they want to give? This is your first opportunity. The second one would be when we have this meeting.
Yeah, this is Lance Mon for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
can.
you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I think I had lost connection for a little while there. No, I just want to make a comment that it was pretty heartening to hear that the government was going to do something, because I thought I heard somebody earlier today say they haven't got any money yet from the disaster relief fund of the storms. And I know that, I had my own problems with my business, but the commercial fishers got hit really, really hard. And I can't believe that they haven't even gotten anything from disaster relief. So to hear something about the federal government doing something now in a different program is pretty heartening. Just saying.
But if I may, Mr. Chairman, this doesn't have anything to do with that. What the executive order, what it's doing is giving us the opportunity to see which things are needed to be fixed. And President Trump, when he was addressing this and other topics in the New England area, that's one of the things that he said. You know, there are many things that need to be fixed in order to I call this make seafood industry great again kind of approach. And this is where we have it. In the case of the fundings from disasters and all that, that's a pressing problem in the U.S., Vietnam, and Puerto Rico, and it should be addressed.
No, that's what I was saying. I mean, that's just a very enheartening thing to hear. I hadn't heard that. That's all. That's all I was saying.
I agree with you. It's just that we wanted to make clear for the record too, but I agree 100% with you. You know, if I were a fisherman, I would not be talking with nice words on record about what is happening to me after two years and a half of a storm, and I haven't received a penny, and I had to feed my family using my fisheries. So anyway, Julian,
yeah.
we would like to hear any other thing that the group would like to add here, so we can put in the outline. So far, to summarize, the commitment that we have is that between here and September 30, we can have a meeting, and here the meeting will be called by the local fishers. The council will be just a supporting character. We will help you with the go-to meeting if needed, and with the staff. The main reason for that is if it becomes a council meeting, then I have to go to the fair race and all that, and it would take about 30 days for me to do something. But if the meeting is from the local government, by the local government, then the staff and Diana and I will just facilitate the preparation of that document. And I believe that well, you don't need to appoint it, but I believe that the two leaders for this activity will be Ruth and you, and anybody else who wants to join in. If we have a chance between that time and between today and that time, and I have a look at the draft document from the local government, that will be helpful because you don't have double effort, and then we can prepare a better document to be sent to the council. By silent, we all agree with what we have. Anybody else want to say anything? Do we have enough to go for the meeting that we are talking about? Huh.
Miguel?
Go ahead. Ruth?
I lost sound. I can't hear.
Okay, that's what I thought. Maybe there's some problem with the audio. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. What I was asking the group, I hope everybody else is connected, is do we need to add anything else to the list, or do we have enough so we can put together a small committee, Julian, you and I, and Diana, to look for a particular day? You let us know which day you have available. The last week of September is bad, but the dates before that is okay. So we can pick a date later on, Julian and you, and see when we can meet, and Diana and I can do the invitations and put together what you need to have that meeting.
Okay, I'll always work around the Fisher schedule. So whatever day they decide, it's fine by me. It's important enough to me to make sure that, you know, I take part. So Whatever they decide works for me, Miguel.
Okay. So I
guess
let
it's
me
just
let me
you and
offer a couple of dates. We have September, the week of September 7th through the 11th. We have 21 of September, 29 and 30. I can send you an email with those dates. You don't have to write it now.
Did you see me writing them down?
No, but I know you tend to write everything.
Yeah, I'll let Julian go first, and then I'll go from there. So I think Julian is trying to get back on the call.
Okay. The other thing is that Graciela reminded me, this also goes for recreational industry. For example, do the charterboat operators need something change? Do the facilities in the Virgin Island promote recreational fisheries? What do we need? For example, in some areas they have fishing piers, as you all know, that are dedicated to sport fishing. Do we have that opportunity in Virgin Islands? I don't know. The other one is recruiting young fishermen, and this will be included in the report. However, from the experience at the meeting in St. Croix the other day, this is tied to the number of licenses that can be issued. So if you're promoting young people to join the fishery, but then after they, let's say, have a certificate, have something out of this workshop, they cannot get a license because the license is not allocated to them, we're doing nothing. So all this had to be included in the discussions, but that will come later on.
Okay.
So I will ask Graciela to draft a couple of questions for the group, send it to you, and I will have also some questions and send it to you too, so we can use as a guidance for the next meeting. Graciela mentioned aquaculture, and although the aquaculture that the council can deal with is very limited, this is for the entire nation, so aquaculture could be another project that we should add.
Okay.
And they're still working on the connection.
Okay. The top, the slide that's on the screen, or the document that's on the screen, can that be sent to me?
Yes, after I sent it to you already, to you and Julian.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Is everyone there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything went dead. As Miguel said that he was opening up all the monuments and all the lifting all the seasonal closures. The computer just went dead.
Wow, they couldn't believe it, huh?
Yeah, it was like, okay, we're back on.
Okay, Julia, let me summarize what Ruth and I and the people were talking about. We decided to have this meeting. The council will help the local fisher to prepare a document that will be sent to Marcos, or he in turn can prepare what he needs to send to John Oliver. I will send an email to Ruth with dates in September that we can use, and she will poll among the fishers what are the best dates. And also we need to talk about the time. Usually fishers work during the day, even though we have a COVID, fishers have a lot to do during the day. So we can have a meeting any afternoon or any evening. Just let us know when, and we'll do it. Then we also talk about some of the the topics that are on the screen. I send you a copy of what you have on the screen to Julian, to you and Ruth, but we can share it with anybody, or you can forward it to anybody that is interested in this. We also talk about recruiting young fishers, and we were talking that we have a project that is being discussed between yourself, Carlos Facchetti, and Ruth and I, and it will be this idea of having a series of workshops in virtual at the beginning, maybe a combination, a joint or a mix of in-person virtual, and maybe field trips. Fishermen can go to the dock and see what a boat is and all that. And we also mentioned that at the last FAC meeting in St. Croix that you were present, an issue came out that's tied to this. If you ask young fishers to come to the fishery, but then you don't have a license for them, you're doing nothing. So we need to iron out that problem with the licenses. If you want to set aside X number of licenses for newcomers, so at the end of the tunnel, when you have all these youngsters coming in, you have something to offer to them. And I believe that's something that the local government and the fisher have to decide, especially at the level of the FACs, decide will be the best options.
And Miguel, we talked about recreational fishers and charter operators.
Yes. Thank you, Graciela. We also mentioned that this order is for all the fishing industry, although it's concentrated on seafood. What they really told me is also we need to talk about creating some other opportunities for recreational fishers as part of the industry. Look at remember the EO is directly to seafood consumption, seafood producers, but they really told us that we should also consider the rest of the industry. It may come at the end of the totem pole, but it's there. Aquaculture is not considered by many fishing activity because you're not hunting anything. You are more a farmer, but still, aquaculture has a new law, a new policy in the United States to promote aquaculture in the United States, mostly in the EEZ. And at this time, because of cases in court, etc., they told us that this is something that the council do not have a elite position here. However, they asked the council, to submit comments. In the case of the EO, it goes from the shoreline to the edge of the EEC, so we can consider aquaculture. And Graciela mentioned that there are a couple of projects in the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, aquaculture of scallops, aquaculture of queen cone, and sea cucumber and sea urchin that could be considered as part of this petition for the U.S. from the U.S. Caribbean. So the question to the group is that if you don't have anything else to add, then you should allow the chair and rules to put together this meeting. And as I said, the meeting will be from fishers to fishers. So the council will just facilitate the internet platform, and secretarial assistant Diana and I can help you with drafting the document. And then the draft document will be circulated among every participant. And once you have received all that and you think that it should be a final document, then the final document should be sent via a letter to the chair of the council, hopefully with all the signatures of the people, because this is something important that we have. We can say it, signed by Ruth and Julian and 25 fishers, or you can say you can add the list of all fishers that are in agreement with this document that you're going to send to us. The more fishers and the more people you have in the letter, the stronger the letter becomes. because if I send a letter just me and a senator or a congressional person read it, it's just one guy. That is, if it's a letter is signed by a lot of people sharing the same interest in moving forward the seafood industry in the United States, it will have more weight.
I totally agree with that, Miguel. And we will ensure that all fishers and even the helpers who want to participate get involved, and we ensure that they all sign the document. So the document can come from me as the chairman of the DAP, but the document will be in reflection of what the fishers of the St. Thomas St. John district would like to see.
I agree 100%.
So I think with the information what we have here, once we have the conversation with you, we'll start to, prior to that, I will start to distribute, if I could just get this presentation here in a form, a one-page form of the topics to consider. I can start to hand it out to the fishers, and just like some people asked today, to be given more time to weigh in and understand what's going on, and could distribute the executive order and see what they can start to make notes of what they would like to see. And that way, when we come to the meeting, we have more input, and the process will go a lot smoother.
Okay, I send you a copy to you and Ruth. Do you want that on paper too? Because we can go to the office and send a package to you so you can distribute it.
Yes, that would be good. If I can get a package, that would be good. As soon as I get it,
Okay.
I'll distribute it, and Darrell and Winston and all the guys would help with getting a message across to the different areas, and start to get people to write their feedbacks down.
Okay, I will send exactly the document that you see here, so people will relate to the other document. So I will have this one and a copy of the actual executive order, so you will be able to read it for yourself and have more information that would allow you to direct your suggestion better. And that can be
That would
done.
be great.
Yeah, Natalia and I can go to the office anytime, so we can go to the office after this meeting and send it to you next week or Friday.
That's great.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Okay. The last thing, Julian, is that I also said that I'm gonna send an email to you and to Ruth with the available date for the meeting, and then you can discuss it with the fishers and see which one is the best. And we need to add the time, whether they can do it in the afternoon, in the morning, or in the evening. For example, the time that we use for the FACs, as you know, is 6:30 to 9:30. So, but
Yeah,
it's up to you.
we can get some feedback from them, but I think one of the best days to look in to keep this meeting would be on a Monday, the very beginning
Okay.
of the week.
Okay.
That way, the fishers, with all what's going on, the fishers have been fishing later on in the week, due to the sales, coming later in the week. So I
But
think a
that's
Monday,
excellent. That's excellent because we have Monday 14, 21, and 28 available in September. You can pick any of those and we'll be ready to help you.
okay, we'll discuss it, and I'll get that for you.
Okay. How about the time of the day, Julian? Which time of the day you prefer?
Say that again.
What time of the day do you prefer to have that meeting that Monday?
I would say 9 o'clock in the morning.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, we try to get the groups to huddle up like how we are huddled up in small groups, and even if one of us stay with a group and another one of us stay with another group, that way, we practicing social distancing and all the rules that are in place, but at least someone is able to help those smaller groups out. So I think doing it individually and someone not understanding what's going on would be a little difficult. But if we can get the big hitters and some of the small hitters involved, which I know of some of them that are going to be very interested, it'll be a good opportunity for us to guide them and help them with their questions and move things forward.
Okay. So when we finish, I will send you the email with the 3 Mondays and the 9 to 12.
Okay. All right. What we got next on the agenda? No, I think put it on the agenda. All right.
There you go.
Graciela. Yes, Graciela. Okay. I can't see it. I'm trying to. I'm only seeing a very small portion of the agenda.
You don't have anything else in the agenda. The agenda today was from
Okay.
1 to 2 p.m. The EO 13-291. The time
All
now
right.
is for all business. If you want to have any other business, but if you think and consider that we finish, then you can close the meeting.
So, does anybody else have anything that they would like to discuss on the other business today while we all here together? All right. Well, before we close, I would like to say special thank you to all the organizers and presenters here today. I know you guys put a lot of effort into making this happen. I think it was very easy for us to follow through the whole entire process, and we will continue beating at it until we can get it all accomplished. I would like to say thank you to all my members and all the other people who have joined in to be part of this meeting and understand what we're doing here in the St. Thomas St. John District Advisory Panel. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second it.
I got a motion made by Darrell, second by Gregory. So again, thank you all very much, and see you guys at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you,
Until
Julian.
tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Nice talking to you, Graciela. Miguel.
Bye. See you tomorrow. Dio, talk to you tomorrow. ¿Quién abrió la reunión? Liajay, la voy a parar.
¿Ya? ¿Alguien la paró? Creo que Miguel.
Ah, la mía todavía está recording. Okay.